Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. It is lovely to have all of you here for Foxhole Fridays, where we play any number of things. But this Friday, we are playing The Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I am so happy to be here with this crew of people. There are all the things to say. There are all the things to say is what we have. Also, I'm going to be letting them talk while I do secret things behind this screen. So I'm going to ask them like a really exciting question, but that's not the point. Let me see. Hi, welcome in. We were away for the last 3 weeks, but we're here for the next 2 weeks. And then the third week, the week after that, there'll be a one shot, which I will announce when I feel like it. It'll be exciting. It's going to be a lot of David Lynch. Yes. But we have now an important moment. And that important moment is we need to find out what's going to happen in the Theban massacre, which we'll talk about in a moment when we recap. Right. When we recap what happened when we were here last. I will share with you all in chat so you don't forget as well. But this is the Foxhole. I run RPGs here with some of the best people around. I am honored to be able to play with these folks, and you know, it's a privilege to be able to play with people that I trust and feel comfortable with, and who just tell great stories and are so kind to each other. And it's important to me that, of course, Cass gets paid, and so what has been happening, in general speaking, is that you all have supported this channel, usually by giving tips and bits, or you can join our Patreon and become a Patreon. We also have a returning member of our sponsor tier. We have 4 sponsor slots total, and that's $200, which will pay for the players for 1 week of one show. And Hawkeye is back, and when I will give him a special shout out. I've got some ad copy for him, which I will let you know about when we get to our shouts out. So you can always do that. I will note that the Foxhole is going to be having a second show starting in 2 weeks on this channel. So we'll be doing simultaneously 2 shows a week for the summer. The other show will be a Vampire the Masquerade campaign, non-canon, set in Detroit, 1973, which was a time.
Wow.
And just 6 years earlier was the Detroit uprising, where the city was on fire, and vampires hate fire. Just gonna note that one. Anyway, so I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine. I wouldn't even worry about it. I mean, you could worry about it if you wanted, but you know, it's up to you. So those are that particular kind of way you can support us. The other ways you can support us, of course, are just as important by watching the show, watching on YouTube or here, live or in Memorex. You can leave comments, like, subscribe over there on YouTube, tell people about the show so they come and watch us as well. You can hang out with us on Discord, where we chat about all of the things. You can support all of our players, because our players are amazing. Follow them, support their stuff. You can also use your channel points to buy passengers for this crew. I will just note that, and I'm going to say this, and Ari will be upset about it. Actually, I suppose everybody will, but for different reasons. You know, for different reasons. At least their characters will be upset about it, but they'll be upset about it by proxy. They got some great customers, some great passengers in that last planet they were on, Marduk, because that planet had just had people needed to leave. But it's going to be hard for them to get really great passengers, considering the fact that their ship is not fully repaired, and they have done none of the cosmetic repairs on the Gambler. Which means there are still like panels that are just not attached to the walls. There are.
I'm getting those. It will happen.
You'll need money for that, or salvaging other ships that you capture. I mean, there are ways. There are things that you might need, to repair this ship, because your ship is, just reminding you all, is not in a full state of repair, and it looks like faded glory. Do you know what I mean? Like, there are just panels missing. Ripped velvet, you know, some tarnish. But
Faded glory, like we're not even Old Navy here. We're faded glory. That kind of.
Not even newfound glory.
No, it's more like you know, I know this sounds really weird, but in my mind, look, don't at me. I think about the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas, the film and musical, right, with Dolly Parton, and then that brings me back to like, is it not the real place? But in my mind, the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas was actually built in the 1870s. It just is still here, so it's like very fancy once, but it was like very fancy 100 years ago, and there's a lot of sun damage, you know what I mean? Like everything is sort of like slightly bleached out and broken. But probably, you know, yeah. Anyway, yeah, see, I feel like Ari's gonna be like, no, the gambler's got to be fixed. And I feel like Greg is like, how are we gonna get really expensive passengers if it looks crappy and we need the money? So I just feel like everybody, and then of course I feel like Myth is like, of course, like, how can we kill those passengers if, you know, if the ship is not in really good repair? So
Whoa. When did I become?
That's not fair.
Not even Severance.
No.
When did I? It's also not even Severance.
Yeah, I know. It's really Val. So anyway,
I mean, it's true. Val's body count is higher than Severance's at this point. Like, if we're going by the numbers.
We're documenting it, yeah.
Right. I mean, we do have to be fair. We have to be fair. I think. Oh, and then of course we do have these channel points, so you can spend those channel points to create a passenger, give them a name. But you know, their ship needs some repairs. So that I think is the pre-part. I will now have our cast introduce themselves, and then say who they're playing, and then answer a question, because that's always important. I need to get my notes so I can take evidence. Inspiration. Just notes. Just notes. So who you are, who you're playing, and in honor of stuff, there are 40 plus 50 multiple species of humanity. Suleimani, Vellani, all sorts of different Zodani, all sorts of different humans.
Saloni.
Yeah, some of them are like Spaloni. The Baloney humans are, they're not good for cholesterol, but make good meat pies. And then you might want them spiced with ham. So some of them are aquatic. Some of the there's been a lot of genetic engineering. Nobody knows who did it. Anyhow, so they're like done a long time ago, like thousands and thousands of years ago. So they're like humans who have been genetically adapted to breathe underwater. They're all sorts of sort of humans. But and then of course all sorts of other sort of species, the Aslan, the Wap, the Vargur, the Hivers, all sorts of creatures in the universe. And all of you,
Sorry, did you
each
say the
one
Wap?
of you, the Wap with a B.
Swap. Okay.
They are
Completely different.
well, I don't know. They're like newt people, like lizard type people. So I imagine they have to stay hydrated. They have to stay. They have to stay wet. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. What?
They're wet aquatic people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're like.
So that's what WAP stands for.
Yeah. They're
aquatic
WAP.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bold, wet, aquatic people. Yeah.
Bold, wet, aquatic people.
Yeah,
And nothing
absolutely.
else. Okay.
No.
All right. As long as I'm on the same page.
Yeah. I think so.
Perfect.
So,
I'm here.
yeah. Could you answer this question? Each one of your characters has been off planet. Unlike the people of Marduk, who for the most part cannot leave their system and just get kidnapped by Ogrim raiders for enslavement and can't leave, you will actually have the ability to leave. And you've been to more than one place, and you've seen other things. So I would like you to say who you are, tell us all who you're playing, and I would like to know what your character thinks about what is their relationship to cosmopolitanism would be my question. It's a wide world, and what do you think about it? Yes, and we're going to start with the person with the highest body count, Ari. So,
All right.
No, don't you go nodding over there.
That counts.
Oh, that's some bullshit. I haven't killed a single person in my life that anyone can prove.
You're welcome.
See, somebody kills people for you. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, Evan was dead too, but I mean, we're just saying that.
That's almost, it's almost two. Is really.
This is absurd. This is slander, ladies and gentlemen.
It might be.
Hi. My name is Ari, and I am playing Tarika, who is a firm believer in the best in people and trying to find that, and that it does exist, and that people should work to be their best. And they are very against the noble sort of I am better than so-and-so approach.
Mm-hmm.
They have lived in most of their life because they are noble born from Drinax. So there's a lot of tension between them and their mother, where their mother is very insistent, that they take the name and they be the sort of royal nobility, and Tarika has gone off on their own and explored the universe and spectacularly failed at it. They did a merchant thing and they failed.
There was a war. I mean,
yeah.
To be fair, there was a war.
That's true. There was a war, but so since then they reconnected with their ride or die Val, and from there ended up with this crew of folks hoping to bring back Drinax, that Tarika is very invested in, and at the same time doing this privateering thing, which they're very insistent it be called, because let's be true, like if you're just pirates, you're not in the law, but they have a letter of marque, so this is legal.
Yes.
And I forgot what the other question was I was trying to remember it as I kept
that was
elongating. That was it?
That's how I work too.
Yeah.
I keep answering a question until I remember what the other one was.
Who you are, who you're playing, and how do you feel about cosmopolitanism? That was it.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, that's how they feel.
Okay.
Cool. I did it on purpose.
I like it. Let's go over to the character who is the most at one with the earth and peace and harmony. Greg.
Thanks for that lead-in, Trooper.
Nice.
I was hoping it wasn't me. Damn it. Oh, okay. I was going to jump that. Whatever. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg, Grimjack21502. I'll be playing Valentine, Val Morrissey, Doctor Extraordinaire, and all-around nice guy. How does Val feel about cosmopolitanism? He loves it. He loves to see the bustling buildings and politics and just the advances that everybody is making, and just there's not a mess at all in the universe, and universe at all doesn't need to be burned down to the ground and everything started over. And he doesn't think that at all. He doesn't think that you should just absolutely destroy all the governments and just see where things go from there. I mean, that's exactly the opposite of the way he feels about this wonderful, wonderful place that we fly through and live in.
Getting weird vibes here. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of insistence in that.
That tells me.
Val had a fun time in college, is all I'm saying. That's it. It's like
so many jokes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's what that entire blank silence there was for us to just fill in.
Right? Yeah. Just
DIY.
DIY. We all watch the softball go by and nobody's scoring at it.
You're like, nope, can't do it. Val, our doctor. And I would like to then go to the next player, who thinking about their character, they're playing a character who I feel like is, you know how when you have a buddy cop movie, you've got
so much for that lead-in, Trooper.
Oh, no, I'm going to give it to you. You got the buddy cop movie, you got the one who, like, doesn't play by the rules, then you've got the one who does play by the rules. Yeah, Severance plays by the rules.
Plays by the rules. Thank you. That's right. 100%. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I stream. I also do other roleplay stuff on Table Story as well as on my own channel. And I recently got Diablo, and it's awesome. But I'm playing Baron Severance. He is a Baron, and his name is Severance. He is also he's like a clone that's gone renegade. Trooper sort of told me in the green room that I'm sort of like the eldest of the clones, but not necessarily maybe the most perfect, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. So that's a good, fun way to picture my character. What he feels about colonialism, cosmopolitanism is, I think, well, Severance isn't much of a drinker, but if he would be, I think he's more of a gin guy than a martini and cranberry.
That's fair. But what about Appletinis?
It's too sugary, I think, for him. But he will have it. I don't know. He's more of a flavor guy than I think anything else.
That's fair.
But but also he is all about it. I think actually no, he's not. And there's a lie. I was thinking the other way. He is more about. I think there is a separation of for Severance. I think there is a separation of class, nobility, and status. And I think he, as much as I think he probably lived in a world where everything was sort of equal, because he was growing up in a post-apocalyptic miasma of a jungle or whatever wasteland of Drinax. I think he has always sort of saw the stars as something more, where he could be something more. And like I said before, he's a fake it till you make it kind of guy, and he's always been wanting to be more than what he is and was, and wants to prove it. And I think with a separation of class and nobility, I think is where he would, of course, want to fit in. You are what you make yourself, and he is always about trying to build himself up and push people under him or step on others to get there, or maybe even stab people in the neck with slow drugs and then push them out into space.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're really sort of expressing here is that you're a dreamer, you know, and I think we can all appreciate.
That's what I said. Yeah, I think that's what I said.
Yeah, we can all appreciate that, I think.
Pretty sure we're on the same page. Pretty sure I just.
Yeah. So we have a guest here, the very lovely LaughLoveLindy. Lindy, this is what I'm going to say for you. Introduce who you are, but don't introduce who you're playing. Instead, say something cryptic and mysterious that will make the players nervous.
Okay, I'll answer the question you asked.
Nice.
Yes. Hi, I'm Lindy, LaughLoveLindy, and I threw this cosplay together about 45 minutes to an hour ago. But you know, it all works out. This is why I keep random pieces of clothing and eat too many Korean pears. Yeah, hi. I am very excited to be here tonight to be playing my character's views on cosmopolitanism.
Yes, I do wonder that one, considering you know who your character is.
Yeah. You know, I feel like it's a really big question, politically speaking. I'm just here to follow orders, you know. I'm just here. I just do what I'm told.
What about your character?
Yeah.
Go with the flow. That's my character. That's Quint. Quint just does what they're told, and they go with the flow, and everything's cool, you know. Why get into the big meta questions?
Yeah.
You need to focus on what you're doing.
That's true.
I can't tell if I'm nervous because what you said is nerve-wracking, or if because Trooper said that before, or I don't know.
Yep. I'm
they don't trust that.
You're feeling the right feelings.
I appreciate being able to freak people out when I can, because I feel like that's the best. Do you know what I mean? I feel like that's the best. Those are just my feelings. I believe that I have now done this thing that I can now give you, and I feel good about it, I think. We shall see. I think that's it. So, my friends, let us, as I am finishing up this character sheet for a ship that they happen to be in, I feel like we should... What's the word? Recap. That's what we should do. We should recap. Oh, I'm troopersjp. I'm the GM for this madness, and I have never met a difficult conundrum that I did not like to give to my players. Yep. So, let's see. For those who do not know, our players, their characters, have been commissioned by the King of Drinax, an old, forgotten, no longer empire that is stuck between two very, very large and powerful. Right? Okay, you have a moon and you have a second planet now. I feel like that's not really an empire, but you know, we'll see how it goes. And they have been asked, they've been given a brilliant ship that needs some help, and they've been asked to go and help bring this kingdom back to its former glory. And you're in this space, the Trojan Reaches, which is in between these two very large, very powerful, huge, massive empires, the Third Imperium and the Aslan Hierate. And they are this little strip of space in between those two large forces. And the plan was to, A, do some privateering in order to raise money for Drinax, because in case, those of you who do not know, Drinax, as a planet, was irradiated and bombed this way to that by the Aslan. And you've got some people who live there, the Vespexers, the barbarians who live there on the planet. And there's the floating palace, which is like the royal palace that still exists. But they don't have that many people, so they have all this knowledge, but they have no infrastructure, you know? So, so they need money so they can rebuild, so they can build new things. So go be privateers. Go do some piracy stuff, privateering. Send money back to Drinax so they can rebuild. But also do a little bit of piracy so that there is a pirate problem. Not so much that it will actually gain the ire of the Imperium or the Aslan Hierate, but just enough so that they know that there's a problem. Also, make allies with the former planets of the planets of the former empire. Convince the leaders of those planets to go and join this new empire secretly. Don't let anybody know that you're like planning to do a thing, but get allies, get some of these planets to stand with you. And so that then you can reveal yourselves and say, hey, we are the Drinaxian Empire Reborn, and we can take care of this piracy problem that's, you know what, the problem is that there's no order and no structure in this area. And if you recognize us as the structure of this area, we'll take care of all these pirates, and so trade will continue and will flow and will be well. And if you do your job right, both the Aslan Hierate and the Third Imperium will recognize you and say, you know what, you're already here, you're already set up, and you can fix this trade problem. Go ahead, and you are now recognized. And if this happens, there are noble titles for you all in the offering. There is a whole new possibility of how to be and who to be. So the spice must flow, and it could be a brilliant moment for you all. So our tagonists, a noble from Drinax, somebody who theoretically is one of the barbarians from the planet's surface, somebody who is from the second planet that they have, the planet that they have taken in, Asim, which is an agrarian planet, which is great because they don't have ways to get food otherwise, and the Harlock, who is a Zodani agent who is here for reasons, who is currently not present, but this crew has been sent off on this mission. And to recap, last season, they went to Marduk, which is part of a small cluster of planets that are not capable of getting further than one jump away, so they're kind of stuck in this little 3 cluster. And of the three, one of them, Ogma, is the more advanced, technologically advanced one, and they raid the other two planets and kidnap people there. Anyone who can read, who's got any kind of technological advantages, they just kidnap them and force them to work for them. So because Ogma really wants to get outside of that small cluster. They haven't gotten there yet, and our protagonists have not really interfaced with the people of Marduk, although it seems as if our pilot, that their family might have actually been there at one point in time, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago, centuries ago. But they did make a good impression with the General Development Corporation, which is a very old corporation, which is completely independent from the Empire. Totally independent from the Empire. You can look at the books and it says so. And they have gone into the Trojan reaches for philanthropy. And by philanthropy, they just want to raise the standard of living of the people of these planets that are suffering from the effects of a war from a couple centuries ago. And they are going to sort of do this by giving these people technology. Specifically, they're going to build really nice spaceports up in orbit so that people can do trade through this place. They also take care of passenger manifest. They're very good in insurance, banking, trade. And so they have built a number of all the really big space stations they have built in this area. Now, do those space stations help the people of that planet? Who can say, really? Who can say? But they have made friends with GDCO over in the Marduk system after some piracy, and they have made their way to the Thebus system. They've picked up some crewmates and some illegal goods, and so I just want to remind people where we're at because they may not remember. So what had happened was they had a person on board who was incognito Imperial noble and naval officer who was going on the rounds. There's a whole thing that where really rich socialites, people who don't have money, go on a tour of the reaches because it's so wild. It's like the Wild West, you know what I mean? Like you're going to leave New York City and go off to like Wyoming. And while you're there, you're going to go and like shoot some things and get some things. And he was on his tour and he invited you all to go with him on safari because he wanted to shoot a Theban lion. Thebus, this planet, has about 8,000 people total, and they all live in the capital city, which is not really a city, but, they're getting there. And it has the Theban Highport Corporation, which is the big, not GDCO corporation that runs everything up top. It's got you've got pretty good relationship with the planet because they're pretty lawless. So they're not going to be looking at you too heavily, although they might charge you extra for stuff because they like to make money there. As it is. And this is a place that is very pro-Imperial. This particular system is very pro-Imperial. And very anti-Aslan, and people like to go there hunting the Theban lion because it's a little threatening to the Aslan. You know what I mean? It's not a particularly friendly place. So, as our protagonists, I'm just so you remember, as our protagonists were in their space, they ran into a blockade, an Imperial blockade. Please remember, this is not Imperial space, but there are at least 3 or 4 Imperial naval vessels that are out there doing a blockade just to see if anybody has anything illegal on them. They were clearly looking for some probably illegal, really, really, really illegal psionic drugs, which our protagonists do actually have, although that was not their fault. They were able to get out of that blockade, and they, on their way into Thebus, because they want to sort of like refuel, trade, all that stuff, they were approached by a minor noble, Fatakayu, who's an Aslan noble whose second son has crash landed on the planet Thebus. His second son was off to go off and get land because with the Aslan, if you do not have land, you do not have a clan, you do not have anything, you are a nobody. Unless you have assets, you are a nobody. You don't count. And also first sons inherit everything. So everybody who's not a first son tends to want to go and get land or trade, anything like this, for honor. And he was going to go off to this planet, which is recovering and pretty empty, to take some land. but then he hadn't been heard back from since. And so, not really wanting to go onto that space station to look himself because it's not particularly friendly to Aslan, he hired our tagonists to go and try to find his son and bring him back, with a promise of an escalating amount of money. 50 grand for a good attempt, 100 grand if you bring the son back, 150 if you can bring the ship back in working order, 200 if you can bring the crew back as well. There was a special negotiation for 250 if you could make him seem very honorable and like a great warrior in the process. So they went to go and try to find him. They found his ship had crashed in the middle of the Theban jungle, except that it crashed because it was shot down by a surface-to-air missile, so that was awkward. They have learned that there is a noble woman who is a rival to your passenger. They're trying to, who can win first. But she's actually been here for at least 2 weeks or longer. And she was meeting with some Imperial naval personnel who are not on the books, mysteriously. And we don't know where she was. Well, we do now, but actually, I think you all don't know where she is now. The Harlock does, but she was on there. And when you went to go try to find this fellow, you found out that he was being stalked by people who were not Aslan. And you found him at his throne room. They are all having hypoxia because the air is very thin. Unless you're wearing a rebreather, it's not so great unless you're accustomed to it. So they were without a lot of ammo, injured. Quite a few other people were hurt. They'd been there for 2 weeks. They were not feeling particularly well. And they were feeling pretty irritated because one of their people had been shot and killed, and they thought that, our tagonists had done it. Our tagonists were able to de-escalate that situation, let them know, hey, your father's in system. There's shenanigans at foot, right? We've got you. And that's when Severance realized that there was a sniper there, and that there were Imperial hunters on safari that had surrounded the area, and their sniper took a shot at the Imperial noble and naval officer, who was your passenger. Shot him in the head. He went down. Things looked bad because they had very powerful weapons for people on safari. And our antagonist dropped some smoke grenades and left, leaving our Aslan, who don't really have ammo left. You didn't know it, but they just didn't really have much ammo left, to try to do hand-to-hand with people with sniper rifles. So that was really good, but, that's what happened there.
We may not ever know. We may not.
Everybody needs to live.
Then our antagonists, because I want to lead us up to right this moment, our antagonists try to escape.
Right, excuse me.
Well, you're in the process. You were like, okay, if there are people here, they have to be here on some kind of shuttle. So they found one of the shuttles, and they took care of the pilot of that shuttle, and they have commandeered that shuttle. Some things to note about this process. You didn't have a lot of time to go through the ship itself, like in great detail, but it is a 20 displacement ton shuttle. And you can look into it more when you have the time to do so. But let me just do this, because I'm going to make this available to you pretty soon. Yeah, and let me delete that and give you a copy of that. It is a shuttle with a double cockpit. So you have two people who can take these sort of fronts, and then you have this space in the back. The space in the back has no room, right? There's like a bathroom in this place, but they're basically benches, right? This will hold 8 soldiers in acceleration benches. There's like a big locked cabinet that's pretty big. It's very stealthy, like got good stealth coating all over it. It's armed, clearly meant to get people in and out quickly and quietly. With a bit more investigation of it, you could find out more things. You did do a couple of quick notes. You discovered something very cool that the pilot was looking at the news and had a news story that has not been published yet because the events have not happened yet. And it was a news story about the terrible, terrible Theban massacre. How a group of Aslan landed on the planet and murdered like well over half of just so many people of the poor Theban people, including the president of Thebus, and that basically the Aslan came and just like massacred a bunch of like civilians who don't even have any kind of protection. You know? So you had that, and it's dated for tomorrow. And the attack is supposed to happen at dusk, and as you're flying off in your shuttle, it is indeed dusk, and you are flying out. And as you are sort of approaching the capital city, Thebus City, as the sun is setting, this is where we left off. You see in the distance evidence from your sensors of a group of soldiers moving from the forest towards Thebus City, the capital city, disguised as Aslan. And as you are seeing, as you're at the moment where this assault might happen, where you might be able to witness the Theban massacre, as it is so advertised. I should note, by the way, that y'all have an encouraging conflict, just low-key.
I don't know. If it's low-key.
Well, okay, I'm trying to be nice. You know.
Thank you very, very much. Very kind of you.
And as you are noting that you are seeing it happen, right? These special forces, let's just be honest, creeping towards the capital city. You get a ping as another one, an identical shuttle to the one of yours, is moving into range. That is where we left off. And I would like to answer a few questions first. I'm going to give you a chance. In the two cockpits, I believe we have the Doc and also Ari, with the Baron in the hold, which is clearly just basically for troop transport, maybe. I'm going to give, because you had to fly from here to there, so I will give you each a bit of a question to ask me in the moments before you get the ping from this shuttle. Like, if there's been something you've been doing in that process of flying out, right? Let me know.
So Jericho was looking to see if there's some sort of like external megaphone or something that they could make an announcement out from outside that would like so the idea that they want to see if they can figure out if they can do is as they're flying over the city, can they announce something to the effect of the Aslan are coming, run and hide in hopes that, you know, more people can not die in this massacre?
Megaphone, no, but this Thebus, while it is small, they are like basically 1940s, 1950s, 1960s technology, so they do have radios. So you can contact their air control tower. I mean, like, they just have a really podunk, nothing kind of landing strip, but they do have one, right? And they do have like somebody who's on radio, so you could contact them. That is a thing you could do.
Okay, that's I think what Terrica will be working on.
Mm-hmm. What about the rest of you two?
Trooper, you mentioned that there was a like a locked cabinet or something aboard the shuttle.
Yes, I did.
Usually people lock up guns.
That is
so
true.
Can we unlock that?
Well, here's the thing. If you're in the cockpit, you do not have access to the hold.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, the hold with the pilot. No. Yes. No. We didn't bring her.
No, you didn't bring the pilot. You dumped the pilot. Yeah.
You were going to dump the pilot with death, but then we chose to dump the pilot with non-death.
Yes.
Still think the other one is worse.
Yeah, so there is a big, very large locker in the
Could we
hold.
have opened that up before taking off, or could I know that I wasn't here for the end of the last episode, so
yeah.
Is there any way to like place? Can we open it up before we get in the cockpit? That's the easiest way to do it.
Let's go back in time an hour before now.
So
and
I
Greg,
will tell
you
you.
Take it over.
I have a DeLorean. I can make this happen.
So here's the thing I'm going to tell you. This ship has really good security, and you do not have authorization to get into that locker, so you would have to break into it, and it will take a while. So the question is, do you want to delay and hang out here, or do you want to take the stuff away and then open it? Do you know what I mean?
What would be a pick lock?
I'm assuming it's a computer lock. Is it a computer lock or is it a manual lock?
Okay.
Computer with DNA. Little. But also,
like a
it'd be a
drive?
surprise. No, like a.
Like a thumb scanner.
Yes, a little thumb scanner. Electronic lock. Computerized.
Can I set Sue on that while we continue about our way?
Is there a lock for any other bodily fluids? Asking for a friend.
Yeah. Where's the piss lock? Do we have that one?
No, but you have that blood, you know.
I know. That's what I'm asking for. Why would they do that? Hold on. Let me get into this. Let me get into this gun cabinet so we can fight. Wow. Okay, great. All right, now we're in.
So it looks like we're going to want to try to break the lock.
But if it's a manual lock or if it's a digital lock, can that be something that Sue's working on, while the rest of us do our thing, and that won't interrupt the story too much if Sue's just.
Yes. I'm going to note a couple of things though. It'll be a surprise when that starts happening. Good. I just want to know where everybody's at before we open the curtain. So we've got Sue's going to be working on that. Which, by the way, you are. By the way, when I say it's a cabinet locker, I mean it's quite tall. It's not like a foot locker. It's like a big wardrobe, huge, massive, sized.
Where the teacher keeps the art supplies.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yep. That's exactly what's in there. It's the art supplies. Yep. So, Val, what are you doing?
Well, if Sue is allowed to work on that, I'll be in the cockpit with Ari.
Do you want to be doing anything before you realize there's going to be a ship saying hello?
Don't think there's anything that Val can do. He's certainly not going to admit to anything.
You sure? You don't want to get it off your soul?
No, he has nothing on his soul, to be honest. I mean, he's really broken up about Ron and being unable to save him. But other than that, I mean, he's like a sports figure. Yeah, he gets over it. That was the last play. Time to head on to the next one.
Yeah, poor innocent guy. What about you, Severance?
Sports are way more violent than I thought. I think he's probably taking his time, but he'll make his way over towards the cockpit as well. There may be like a bit where he sort of peruses
you cannot get into the cockpit from the hold.
It's like a box van, right? Like we're a
Okay.
separate compartment from the box. Okay.
I hate this, but I also love this. I think I'm going to try to be a captain from
So
the box.
you're
then.
so you're alone.
Yeah, I love
You're
that.
like you're no one
There's
can
no
see what you're
seatbelt,
doing.
And it's like, what's going on? Stop it.
What? There are benches with like
I refuse.
seatbelts.
Yeah.
You know.
Way
Good.
more comedic.
I'm glad we all know what's happening. I will say,
It's rattling around back there.
there's a bit of an alert on your console before the other ship shows up. Ari.
Yeah. What is it?
Someone is trying to get into the arms locker.
Someone is trying to get into the arms locker on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know that Val had told Sue to start working on that?
That's up to. It's not on me.
Because I feel like you would have been right there. I don't
Lindy,
think.
do you know
Sure.
who Sue is?
Sue's a hologram.
Okay. Sue's our computer hologram.
Sue's a buddy. Looks like Johnny Cash. Sounds like
Yeah.
this.
Just a friend. Just a friend.
It's a quiet strum.
It definitely
Was
has
it-
not done anything worrying lately. In this whole theme of saying things that are 110% truly accurate.
Just our unbraked AI, who also is a hologram sometimes.
Yeah.
Like a
I don't
Johnny
think
Cash
you're-
Cortana.
So I don't think Terrico would be worried seeing that go off after knowing that Sue was working on getting that thing open. Is there any sort of way it would start to send an alarm anywhere else outside the ship that I would want to stop?
I would like from you electronics computers.
Cool.
Can I assist with that?
Yes, please.
Yes, you may.
I have electronic sensors.
This is not sensors, it's computers.
Okay.
Sensors would be other stuff.
So I'll just roll electronics then, right?
Yeah.
But I'll wait for whatever that I'll take any and all support on this.
Yes.
Sure thing. Sue's working, so I cannot use Sue
Yep.
to boost this. So pow! 5 sucks.
It does.
That's a terrible roll.
That's a
Wow.
-2 to your computer roll.
Oh no. Oh god.
That
really shouldn't have been that bad. I'm just gonna let you know.
Shouldn't have been?
We'll find out.
Well,
It's what happens.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's
Oh.
a
Ooh,
lot.
you did with my -2. Nice.
Wow. Okay. So,
Not terrible.
let me give you some information. You are sort of like this. The computer pops up, and as you're looking at the console, trying to multitask a little bit, you realize that this your computer is a pretty powerful computer on this shuttle, and quite a bit of its well, you did computers. You do a bit of an assessment of this ship. And this ship has got some pretty good software on it. You can see what's running. Of course, it's got the software that all computers have, ship computers. It has the library, maneuver, and sort of intelligence so that you can run the ship. That's just sort of standard business. Nothing particularly weird right there at that moment. But it also has... let me just check how powerful your computer is. Right, you have a computer with a 20 bandwidth on the Gambler. Your assessment is this has a 30 bandwidth computer, which is very expensive and also pretty advanced. Right, that's a pretty powerful computer. And when you're looking at the software, it has got fire control, which means it can run guns by itself, or it can give you a bonus, or whoever the gunner is, to shooting. It has an evade software, which helps you not get hit if people were shooting at you. And it has an anti-hijack software, a very powerful anti-hijack software, which is currently taking up fully half of your computer's bandwidth. You cannot run the anti-hijack software and the fire control and the invasion at the same time. Fire control and evasion, you can run that. They both will take up, they're both like 15, so they both will take up half. But this ship was not flying, it was rested, so the anti-hijack software was up, which takes up half your computer power. And it is the best anti-hijack software you can get. Again, very expensive. And it will make getting into this ship or into that locker very, very difficult. Very difficult.
Do I see a way to be able to switch it off and reroute power to the other two systems? Then
Absolutely.
I would absolutely love to do that.
You shut down that because you're there. You shut down the anti-hijack, and then you bring up the evasion and the fire control for the two cockpit spaces. This means that when Sue tries to roll to break in, he will not be at a further -6 to his roll.
Hey.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. A minus.
There's this piece of Terrica when they're seeing everything that this software can do, that like anyone looking at them could start to see their mind sort of start to churn of like, okay, so how can I get this off the ship and onto the gambler?
So some things to note, since you're here and you're looking at the ship. This ship does not have a jump drive, so it cannot go through jump space, which means it must be carried in another ship to go from system to system. So that means there is some larger ship that this ship came out, that this little shuttle came off of somewhere. I would also note, as you're looking at this, this ship has, the technology in this ship is impressive. Perhaps worryingly so. It is even more technology advanced than what Drinax can do, and Drinax is one of the most technologically advanced places in the entire charted space. So this is clearly like the most probably secret and important Imperial stealth ships around. It doesn't have much besides room to carry 8 people and also 2 people in the cockpit. It has this, what you can see as an armory locker, which is locked, and it looks like it's keyed into whoever is like the person in charge of the ship, which would be the pilot. So if you had the pilot's DNA, that might help you get in. So, because it looks like a DNA lock. So then, because that's, yeah.
As it happens,
So,
we do. Does Terrica? I forgot. Myth, did Terrica see you take the blood? I did. Okay, cool.
Was not that subtle at that moment. I will also note that you're looking at the capabilities of this ship. This ship has, so you know how your average trading ship has a thrust of 2? That's how, like, that's a good maneuver drive is a thrust 2. Fast ships whose job is to go and courier information between systems, like they call them X-boats, that all they do is like jump from system to system and like give everybody the news and also update everybody to know who has to pay their mortgage on their ships or not, etc. Those welcome to the capitalism of the future. Those ships are like jump 4, and they might have like a thrust of around there. So like we're talking like that's fast. The Gambler has a thrust 6, which makes it unbelievably fast. This is a thrust 7.
Can this fit inside the Gambler?
I think we heard yes before. Is that still accurate?
That is accurate. However, it is 20 drop tons and your cargo hold is 29. So getting in is difficult. And you would take up all the space. However, and I'm just going to throw this out here for you to think about. You could get for like, I think
Barnacle
500, a docking link. You could get it in like if you were good friends, for example, with the Theban Highport Corporation, and you don't do anything to upset them, there are people on this station, because this is a very good space station, who could, with 4 money, install that link, and then you could just attach this ship to the Gambler, and it wouldn't take up any space in your hold. I will also note, this ship does have a nice pulse laser on it and turret. That's great.
Drop ship.
Yes. It also has... well, how do I put this? It has what is called a forced linkage apparatus, which is like a grappling hook that would allow you to attach to another vehicle. It's not good for like
Love that.
jump space or anything like that, but it also has what we call a breaching tube.
Like Mad Max in space? Like
yeah,
Mad Max tractor beam.
Yeah,
sweet.
So,
like a chain instead of a tractor beam.
Yes.
So sweet.
Yeah, so you can send off this grappling hook if you get close enough to another ship, attach yourself belly to their ship, and then take out your breaching tube, which is like a nice tube, like big enough for people to walk in, but the end of it has massive laser torches that you attach to their ship, and then you cut a hole in their ship. Yeah.
Sweet.
And then you can just get into their ship.
You just walk in.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know why this shuttle would have that, but it does.
It has this shuttle has that. Okay, wacky.
Yes, it does.
This is clearly like a spy shuttle for these guys, which is not, or it was a spy shuttle for these guys. Now
this is clearly our shuttle.
Yeah.
Clearly ours. Yeah.
Piloting this, and they're not giving it up.
And I need a broker role from someone. Yes.
I'm gonna fight you for it. Wait a minute, I don't have broker.
Wait, hang on.
Usually okay. Wait, for what? What's happening?
Say again?
No, I never want help. What is the...
You can get help.
No.
You can get help.
I also don't have broker, so I
don't think anybody can help me. What is the... what for what? Why?
So this is a 10, but you have a boon.
And what's the context, the narrative context to why I need a broker role right now?
To assess like how expensive this ship might be.
Okay, an appraisal sort of thing. Would this be social, intelligence, education? What would you call this?
Education.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking that too.
Because learning.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And I have a bonus? I have a boon.
You have a boon. You have a boon because
boon.
Not you personally, but your prime is an Imperial person. So
and I also rolled a 5.
Here's the thing. You have no idea how expensive this ship is.
A boon. Wait, no, that still doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but your education is
it was a different word.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, you rolled a 2 and a 4. Well, 1, 2, and 4. So that's a 6, but you have a -1 probably for your education.
My education is 0.
All right. Then what's your broker?
2.
Yeah, so that doesn't make any sense. Roll it again.
Yeah. Okay.
Roll it again. Let me see what's up.
That was a 0. Why did that happen?
Okay, now it makes sense, right? I don't know why that happened, but that is the actual roll.
But this one makes more sense than the other one?
Yeah, because that one actually has your bonuses in there.
Yeah, that was weird. Anyway, sorry.
Yes. Right? Yes.
Not the old
because
cobwebs.
Plus 3. So let's talk ships.
Let's do it.
The Gambler is worth a lot of money. Yeah, let's talk ships. The Gambler's worth a lot of money. How much money? I mean, it's kind of priceless, really, if you think about it.
Almost unfathomable because it's like gilded with gold, which is what that means. And it's like old and stuff. It's like vintage.
It's vintage. It's like hipsters would love it, you know?
Yeah. Like antique farm equipment, but a spaceship.
Oh my God, you're not calling the Gambler farm equipment. What in the world?
Excuse you.
Thank you.
So this ship, let's talk about a free trader. Like your average free trader, if you were getting a free trader, which, you know, is 200 displacement tons, big, huge, massive ship with a big cargo to haul lots of things, that costs about like 50 million credits, about, for like something like that. And that is that's like 10 times the size of this ship. This ship, if you're looking at the technology that was used to build it, you could estimate this is probably worth 80 million credits.
Get the fuck out of here.
Probably. That's I mean, like, this is very advanced technology. Yeah, maybe 80 million credits. Now, of course, you're never going to get 80 million credits if you fence this. Also, it would be super illegal. Like, you're going to have to fence it because this is not a thing you can legally have.
Like a whole list of contacts.
You know.
From an old Miss Pirate Queen, I believe she went by.
Indeed. So you would get a fraction of that, but this is worth probably 80.
I don't know. A fraction of 80 million is probably not worth it.
Yeah, probably. You might just want to keep it and hang out with it.
Right.
I mean, half of it would be a measly 40 million.
Right. Ew.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. So, depends on who you would sell it to, or if you want to keep it. Anyway, that is your assessment of that. Sue's going to be working on. I will roll. Will you give me a roll for Sue?
Sure. What do you need?
I'm going to need electronics. Electronique.
Which means electronics.
It's going to be electronics computers.
Gotcha.
Although, actually, does Terrica let Severance know that blood might be useful? You're muted.
I said, they absolutely would. I think when they see everything going on, they would, what they would actually say is they would toggle the comms and then they would sigh. You know that blood that you, yes. Hi.
Yes, what?
Hello. That blood that you took from the pilot may be useful for unlocking that cabinet.
You? Why? How?
It appears to be tied to it appears to be biometric on some level. It's tied to their words escape me. Many things are happening.
All right, I'll give it to the doctor. Have you looked around the ship at all?
The doctor is up here with me.
Right, come on down. Hi. Come on down. Okay. All right. And also, I've taken a look at this ship, Terrica.
What?
The inside of the ship is quite remarkable. Also, I've seen a couple of things down here, modifications. I think this ship we could probably get if we were maybe looking at the way that it's been kept, and of course, this would be upward market price of 80 million credits. I don't know if we're ever going to sell it that like that, but it is pretty.
Terrica just runs their hands like over the dash as he says that. Just long, slow brush.
Pay for a lot of the gambler.
This is a phenomenal ship with a lot of capability.
Right.
I don't think we want to let it go.
There's a chain link back here.
Let's not be hasty. Listen to all potential avenues of 80 million. I mean,
why are you still talking? You should be down here.
I'm on my way. I'll climb outside and climb into the back.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right.
Not. Oh,
I'll catch you.
let's Let's
What is this
have
chain hook?
some support.
Sue is trying to open this lock. Is like and there's like a little palm pad there. It is like working on it. What would you like to do, Severance?
Can I help you at all? Or is there anything I could do to help you? As he's probably talking with the hologram that's sort of maybe manifesting as a Johnny Cash every once in a while, and then maybe like pixels of, I'm just assuming these animation of these sparkly pixels that are hologramming and trying to fiddle with locks and stuff. And then and I'm just like, and I'm just talking to this box, trying to.
You can, you have DNA.
Right, I was going to give it to the doctor, probably.
Just for the lock.
Where do I put this? As I'm sort of holding it up towards the box, hoping
If
that
there's a biometric scanner back there, Severance, just go ahead and introduce the sample directly to the pad.
Right. Very well. Sample, this is the pad.
All right, yeah, I'll actually I'll uncork her and take the vial and
So
Oh my god. Oh my god.
yeah, as he does that.
I imagine you're going to smear some of this
I would say smear. Maybe a
blood
drop or
on your
two.
finger so you can put it on the pad on there.
It seems like you want me to do that. Okay, I'm going to do that.
Then the scanner, right? The light, like when you have like a photocopier, right? Right, sort of like comes through, and there's like a little pinprick, right, that sort of hits your finger, but it hits the blood that you've sort of put there, and the locker unlocks. It would have been a 12 difficulty roll, but you don't have to roll because you just stole somebody's blood, specifically the pilot. So that's what you did.
Right.
This is
I
a
knew that this would
huge.
happen.
I don't know how you knew, but you did know, and I honor it. This is a locker that has in it 10 snub-nosed pistols, 10 gauze rifles, 10 sets of power armor. It's got some grenades.
Of power armor.
This is the locker of some highly secret Imperial special forces.
Does it look like any of them were taken? Like, did they take any when they went out on this mission, or they just leave this thing here and then went and took their own? Is there like a scout locker somewhere that they've taken?
So the thing is, in this space, the power armor's there because they're not in power armor at the moment. They're
right.
Incognito.
They're in their recon gear.
Yeah. The rifles are not there. There's like 2 rifles in there. You've got all the power armor, 2 sets of rifles.
Okay. They're dressed like Aslan, so they didn't take their power armor.
Right. Well, right. There's going to be a cat mask box somewhere that is missing.
Yes.
There's an empty cat mask box and 10 power armors. Oh, they fucked up, boys. Oh, boy.
To be fair, there are 2 Aslan outfits still, right? Because
like their garb.
So you've got this ship holds 10, 2 in the cockpit, 8 in the hold, which means you've got like 8 Green Berets, right? And then two in pilots, which means you've got still 2 Aslan outfits, which have been for the pilots. And you've got like 2 rifles and 2 snub-nose still there. A lot of the rest of the stuff is gone because they're taking it for their thing, but the power armor's there because that would not look good. But you can see 2 sets of it's armored, but the head looks sort of like it's like a ghillie suit, but to make you look like an Aslan.
I was thinking too, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a ghillie suit,
like
but
you wired tail that sort of swings, connects to the rafters somewhere way in the distance off screen. Okay, cool.
And you'll notice that the hands, the gauntlets, right, the gloves have got a dew claw that can come in and out, which is from it's like Aslan. That's like the Aslan. Yeah. That's like their physiology, sort of like
legally distinct Wookiees.
and so that they can. It looks like they'll be able to go and murder a lot of people and make it look like Aslan did it physiologically
while being in their power suits. That's nice. That's nice.
Well, they're not in their power suits. They're in this like you can tell that the Aslan outfit is still armored, but it's not a power suit, right? Because they can't.
These suits don't go over the power suits.
No, okay. The suits do not go over the power suits. The power suits are not subtle.
Oh, no.
Right? The power suits are not subtle. These are like good military power suits.
All right, I'm just writing this down. 2 Gauss rifles, 8 power suits. How many power suits? 10?
10 power suits, 2 Aslan camo suits, fake Aslan, faux fur suits because they care about the environment.
Faux Aslan. Yeah, thank you.
They still have
green
all over them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And you've got some like grenades. You've got some combat drugs. Got a first aid kit.
I'm gonna write 4 snub nose.
Okay. As soon as Sue would relate this and fantastic information to Val, Val is going to send Sue into whichever of the suits seems to be the most up to date, whatever seems to be the most fully loaded, the newest, the one that has the best performance review. And Sue is going. I can't do anything else with Sue right now, so everybody remind me. But Sue is going to. I want to commandeer one of these suits. ASAFP.
So everyone has done all the things they're going to do, and now this is when I tell you this. You see before you.
Krellin, this is like an Iron Man suit. The power suits look very similar to Stark Tech.
Yeah. And I will say it depends because they've got really heavy ones which are much bigger. Yeah, it feels very like there's like the big colossal one, like the tank buster.
Is it
Hulk buster one,
is it Iron Man or is it Terminator? Or is it Terminator's 40K Terminators? Or is it Space Marine? What kind of power armor are we here?
In the world,
what kind of power gaming are we doing?
In the world, there are multiple options, right? Because again, there are lots of powers. But this is more like this is a bit more Iron Man, is what this one was like than it is. But it's not the Hulkbuster one, right? Because they are still sleek, right? This is like good power armor
and sleek power suits. Okay.
But they are like, look, this is a ship for people who are going to steal your sneak onto your spaceship, cut a hole, take everybody out.
Board. Yeah, this is like an EV suit plus combat armor.
Power Rangers.
Yes, and the higher the tech level, the smaller the suit.
Yes.
So
and it's clearly very high tech level. No, this is. I'm gonna just say, your armor, Severance. This is better than your armar. Is what I'm gonna say.
Better than my armor. I've got apocalyptic armor on. I'm wearing a speed limit sign.
I know. It is like no. But look, people steal those signs all the time. You know what I mean? And it looks great on you.
That's awful, by the way. If you're ever in a post-apocalyptic, remember, world, YouTube, this is for you. If we're ever in a post-apocalyptic, polka is where everybody's doing the polka at the end of the world. Post-apocalyptic situation. Never use the metal from signs. It's made of aluminum and it's awful. And I know that it's all over video games and it's just bad. It's bad metal. Anyway.
Yeah.
Grab your accordion and you find a power suit.
Right.
That's what you do in the polka apocalypse.
That's right. The polka apocalypse.
So with this and by the way, I'm just going to say for the record that I have not changed anything that was in this ship before. Like, I knew there was a biometric scanner to get into the armory. I knew all that stuff was there. This was all predetermined just because you are vampires. I could not anticipate that. So as you're moving in towards the small capital city.
Hang on. Severance is the vampire in this scenario.
I mean, look, it was going to be a DC 18 to get through there, right? Because with the hijacking, all that stuff. But as you're flying in,
I think I remember I got the blood because I was like, who'd probably enjoy something like this? I'll give Greg some role play. Here's a bottle of a pilot's blood. Do some scans or something. I feel like that's
Boy, thanks for that.
That's what Severance has been hearing. Oh, sick.
Could you imagine the fantastic RP that was in my future?
I got ya. Ooh. Are you proud of me? Look, I got you this. And you're like, okay, run scans or something. What else do you do? Anyway, that's what I was thinking. But anyway, this worked out way better.
You always get a present, right? Like last time you got latex. This time Greg gets blood.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
it. It's a gift that keeps. It's a giving circle.
Guess what, Lindy?
Yeah.
Oh,
This time, Greg gets 10 power suits.
I only
These
need 2 at most.
Look, you can sell this stuff for money, but you're gonna have to find this. This is black market goods. You got to find like black market people for this one. So here's the thing: you are approaching the capital city of Thebus. This is a place with the only landing pad is here. The rest of the planet is not particularly great to land on. Which, when you've walked through, you know this because it's the Earth. It's very uneven in places. It's not the best. And as you're approaching, you can see these soldiers coming like around in the tree line, moving in as it's becoming dusk. And dusk is the best place to attack. Dusk and dawn. That's when visibility is the worst. And so you can see them beginning to sort of move in. And
it's actually also when cats hunt is dusk and dawn.
Yes.
Interesting.
And Aslan, they're just like friendly cats.
They love being compared to cats.
They love being compared to cats.
They love it.
And being called friendly.
Huh?
Yeah, they're not very jellical. But so I will say at this moment you see, right? You see, oh, here we are. You see the people coming in. And when you do, you get a brief ping, Doc, on the comms. And you just hear, Badger 3, come in. And the other shuttle is flying towards you.
I think that's for us. He says without activating the comm.
Yes, I think it is. I was planning on talking to the radio tower and seeing if we could get some sort of notice out.
Is this just the comms? Okay, so I wouldn't be able to hear it from the back over the PA. Probably.
They can push it through.
You push it through, right? But I don't know if I would react and like pressure them right now, being like, "Hey, what was that?" And that's all I said.
Can we send to them? Is there any way, Trooper, for us to kind of falsify comms problems or shuttle difficulty or interference that's kind of brought about by exposure to the thin air, something that would read as an environmental problem that they didn't really contemplate? Something that would require like text-based blurbs or something like that.
Tricky considering how technologically advanced and hardened this shuttle is. It's
used to dealing with shit.
Yeah, it's got really, really good comms and sensors. Wow. And they are flying towards you, and they're like, Badger 3.
Badger 3.
Well, we could answer them and find out what they have to say. We can't possibly have. Wait, would Terrica know if they would have some sort of way of identifying voices? Like, this is clearly like a reasonably small unit, but okay, yeah,
yeah.
Answer them.
They probably know each other and drink together. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is that kind of, yeah.
Well,
okay. Old Top Gun trick. Is there any type of like universal, at least for this galaxy, like, hey, we're reading you, but we can't respond, like they have the old wing wiggle whenever you're receiving a comm call? Is that something that we could try here? Is there something like equivalent to that maybe Terrica would know about and they would be able to?
Were any of you in the Imperial Navy?
Severance?
No.
No way, Jose.
I feel like maybe the Harlem.
Severance is an interesting question, actually.
I don't know what's going on.
That is true.
I'm assuming that we're relaying all this to Severance.
Yeah, I thought that we had just left the radio on from when we've been talking before, and you've been pouring blood all over the
Okay, all right. Okay.
wardrobe.
I am pouring blood onto the thing now.
I will note that you do have a
wow, there's a lot of
pinprick.
suits in here.
It looks like Severance.
Wow, holy. Sorry. Is this still on?
Yes, it is. We're
being pinged,
we're being
Severance,
hailed by
there.
another.
What?
We're being hailed by another ship, an Imperial ship. Another Imperial ship is hailing us. I'm sure it's part of their party.
Right.
Are you familiar with any sort of flying maneuver I could attempt to let them know that we hear them?
Flying maneuver.
I am grasping at straws here, and I will thank you.
Grasping at power suits. This one's probably my size.
Stop grasping power suits and help.
Okay. Let me see. Flight maneuvers. What do they call you? What's our
Badger 3.
Badger 3? Oh boy.
I don't know. Where am I rolling here? Am I rolling anything?
This is exactly what would happen if all of us, our real people, were flying this fucking shuttle.
100%.
This is exactly what would happen. What do we do? I don't know.
And I am now,
I think,
because
I think I'll just be like, hey,
Let's just stay silent.
Stay silent.
Yes, the worst thing is that they just keep pinging us. Right.
Dusk is falling.
I got
What
it.
is- Oh,
I got it.
Okay.
it's Badger 3.
Okay, so what, saying this for the comms so Severance can hear, and obviously Tarika can hear since they're in there. I'm going to, I'm sure there's an access port to the outside that isn't a full personnel door. If that's the case, he is going to, like, if there's some type of like airlock mechanism, like two doors to open to the outside, he is going to pop a smoke grenade and put it just on the outside of the shuttle. So we're trailing some of that incredibly dense white smoke.
Nice. Then I think Tarika would, as they're trailing it, they'll like double back on that trail to let the smoke cover the path.
give me a barrel roll and spread it out more. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm not a pilot.
I'm gonna need some. I'm gonna need some stuff. I'm gonna need some rolls.
I'm ready.
Doesn't just work.
What do you mean?
The question is if they. I mean, it happens. Do they buy it? Right. I'm gonna need some deception.
Okay.
We can get an aid though, and we can get an aid in piloting to aid that deception.
I'm happy to do that.
Oh yeah. Okay. So it's happening. Yeah. So Greg's getting the deception. You are using a pilot to aid that. Super cool. What a cool system.
Okay, so
that's
piloting first and then me, right?
Yeah, +1 from the piloting.
Okay.
You need a 10.
Oh, Lord almighty. I have not been rolling well.
Because they're...
A 1 and a 2. I mean, for
Oh my god.
If it makes you feel better, I was rolling like a god last session, so it's about time.
That makes me feel great. Thanks, Cord.
Yeah, it's balancing out.
Oh, great. That's good to know. I'm going to spend 4 luck.
4 luck.
Okay. 4 luck, by the way.
4 luck is a marginal success rather than a full.
Yeah, okay, you're fine.
What's a full? 5 luck?
Yeah, I think you have to spill over if you wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's do 5.
Okay.
How much luck do you have?
6.
Okay.
Good to know. Good
That's
to
our
know.
guy.
I mean, we're almost done this session, right?
The first
We're
scene.
gonna need it, right?
The 2 hours in, we're still starting the first scene.
And you hear...
Badger 3? Badger 3, come in. We will, bank off, to your right, to the meetup spot. We will
follow you there. We will escort you. We can find out what's going on.
Is there some way? So we're tucked into this smoke cloud now, or you know,
we are trailing.
Anyway.
Should I put the suit on? Should I put this suit on? I think I found one my size.
Oh, you're talking about putting the suit on. Sorry, I missed that.
I was just saying, should I put the suit on? As I'm talking to both of you.
Yes.
It's gonna get bad. What? Really? I don't know. I'm learning this thing. I don't think I can do that.
Put it on. Severance, put it on. And what else did you say was back there? Grenades?
Yes, there's several.
There's also like a breaching. There's also like a nice breaching cutter tool. So if you need to like get through a hull of another ship, you know.
Some sort of tube with thermite and all of the. Ooh, okay, I know what this is. All right.
And then we have that laser tip phallus thing too, right? That breaches. And...
That's what we call it.
Yes, it's massive though. It's a.
Of course.
Massive.
Of course.
It's at least 12 inches. Sorry.
It's way bigger than that.
And now we know what's massive.
The curtain has been pulled back.
Oh my God.
Right.
Is there? So we do have weapons on us.
Yes, you do. And the shuttle has a weapon.
Terrica would turn to Val and say, "If we shoot them, the game is up. But if they go down and there aren't any survivors and nobody sees, what does it matter?"
I was saying before.
Gunshots start happening from the capital city.
Oh no. Terrica looks
capital
like...
city. Is it below us?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, like right below us, or like in the distance below us?
Right below you, because you were coming upon the.
Sorry for interrupting.
Mm-hmm.
Also, let's rewind. Terrica wouldn't actually say, "Let's kill them." Ari would. Terrica wouldn't.
That's fair. That's fair.
Realistically, there's no way Terrica would recommend that plan. Terrica would, though, in hearing that. Is there any way for me to connect to their radio tower without the other ship picking up on that?
No, because that's active comms. If they are paying attention to your comms, which they probably are, they will note it. Yeah. Okay.
Trooper, is there like a general distress call? Like, you know, when somebody doesn't want to get on the radio and say, you know, ship in distress, there's usually an automated thing that goes out. Is there something like that in the shuttle?
You know what the shuttle does not have? A transponder at all.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it's kind of that's not, you know, it's illegal not to have one, but they don't have one. So they don't have they don't have an IFF transponder.
They are the law.
They are the law. So there's no transponder on this ship, by the way. So that's usually where your beacon comes from, is for your transponder, and there isn't one on this ship.
Oh.
Which also means there's no record of where this ship has been, or
is,
or
where it goes. It doesn't have a. They don't have a radar contact. Okay.
I mean, I like this
that a lot. I like the ship a lot more.
Okay, so Val would turn to Terrica and say, "Can you lose them in the city?"
Maybe. I can try.
If you can get down and they have to keep visual contact on us, all you have to do is outfly them.
Terrica will wrap their hands around the joystick, and there'll be like that second of them like clicking and settling out of the space that's happening around them and into the piloting into this moment. And just like before, you know, where you used to see them settle and you would see like they're a lot calmer now. This time there's still that like cocky or sort of edge, that sort of like they settle in, but they're kind of like Han Solo. They're like, all right, let's do this.
Oh, There are rules specifically for this, my friend. Excellent. As I assume you're going to sort of take a bank, right? Sort of to move yourself towards there. As you do that, they sort of recognize that something seems to be off. And as this moment happens, right, where things are getting a little bit like, hold on a second. We're going to take a brief aside before we go to break. There's another ship.
A third ship?
Mm-hmm. There is a third ship. And this third ship is right there, is flying. I believe, dear pilot, you have just recently come back from surveying. Is that correct?
From surveying?
That was
Surveying.
correct. Surveying, yes.
Yes.
Surveyed a lot, actually, this most recent. It's the most exciting surveying I've done in a while, one could say.
Yes. And as you were surveying,
Yes,
and you were,
let's call it that.
let's just call it that, about to leave,
Yeah.
from surveying, you are on your way out, and you hear a distress signal coming from the capital city of Thebus. You're not that far away, actually.
Okay.
And you can start hearing like an SOS coming from the radio tower, which is where basically like they have, this is a capital city that holds 8,000 people, the entire population of the planet.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that big. And it has one sort of like its landing pad. The downport is not even really a fully functioning, it's not great. It's very sort of like packed, right? Sort of dirt and rocks. It's been made stabilized. It's like the most stable spot, so people can you're not going to get really big ships. They're not going to be comfortable coming down sort of anywhere. But this is a place where you can be a heavier ship, come down and take off. Nothing massive, right? They won't be able to come down here that easily. Yeah. But that is where that there's a hospital down there at the capital city. That there's they've got some like minor trade. They've got some stuff. They don't have anything that's super, super high tech or anything like that, but that is a place. And as you're sort of moving, you start hearing these distress signals coming from the control tower coming in. And what you can hear being broadcast, just not subtly, right, is a
Mayday! Mayday! We're being attacked. Aslan, I think. They're shooting. They're attacking everyone. They're storming the capital. We need help. Someone, please, someone, anyone. We need help. There are these. I can't see them well, but they're Aslan warriors. They're. I think we're being invaded. Oh gosh! They're coming closer here. I think they're gonna take the tower. Help, please. We need help. And then you can hear it.
Crackle. Just.
Yeah. Well, that sure is rough, isn't it? Right then. Right. Okay. And then what do I see as I'm approaching?
Can I get a sensors roll from you?
Oh, yeah. I'm super great at electronics sensors.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't have sensors. I just have electronics.
Just give me some electronics then.
I'll give you some electronics. What stat would that be? Intelligence?
Yes. Because it's like checking things out in the moment.
Yeah. Cool. I got a 4. Oof. Why is it? Oh, yeah, because I'm not. Well, I'm trained in electronics. It should be just a regular 0.
That's true. Are you do it again? Do a second roll. Because I feel like it might be that you need to do a second roll, but I want to see.
Oh, still doing the -3, which is weird.
That is weird. But that'd be You're not. Are you trained in electronics though?
Mm-hmm.
So that should not be a -3 at all because you are intelligent.
Yes.
So what is your intelligence bonus?
+1.
So that should be a 6, 7. That should be an 8. Is what that should be. Yes, because rather than -3, it'd be a 0.
Yes.
I'll see what that's. So with an 8, you should be able to see any kind of ship that is about. I will note, however, that we are dealing with 2 ships that, for our rest of the player base, you should know that this ship is at a -6 for the stealth technology on the shuttles, and a further -4, so a -10 to detect them, by the way. So you cannot pick up these 2 shuttles on your comms at all. They are.
Do I? Not on the sensors, but do I have visual? Because there is a lot of smoke pouring from one of them, if I believe correctly.
Yeah. From where you're at, you're not going to see them yet.
Okay.
But you do see that there are groups, because you're coming in from the other side, that there seem to be sort of like groups of people in like Aslan, perhaps, creeping towards the Capitol building, which is.
Yeah, that doesn't check out based on what I know of what's going on there.
And also people are being shot.
Yeah, I'll just like look behind me
Mhm.
and go, yeah, no, this doesn't make sense. This is a bit weird. Alright then. Just gonna get a little closer. I'll survey what's happening, because I'm a surveyor.
And I think that as you're moving in, right, from one side toward the capital city, in your ship, which is a 100 D-ton ship, by the way.
I'm making notes.
It's the smallest of the big ships. It's a surveyor courier ship. It's a scout ship that you do not own, but
No,
it's owned by your employer.
it is.
Just so you know, as you're sort of moving in towards this space, and you can see before you people sort of running, and you can see the comms tower. There's an explosion, and the comms tower falls.
Ooh.
And that's when you see it. 2 shadows. They're small, all black, and they look sort of like a cobra's hood in a way. You see these 2, and you can't, and you don't see them on your sensors at all. You cannot pick them up on the sensors.
I've got a pretty good idea of what those are.
And you see these 2 ships as they start diving, armed, diving towards the capital city. But that's where we're going to take our break. Unless you want to say anything.
Oh, yes. Oh, fuck me. Look at all the mess.
And there's blood on the floor of your ship.
Yeah, well, I'm not bothered about that. That's
okay, good.
That's the least of my concerns right now.
Yeah, and all of my loves
There's actually
out
probably
there.
quite a bit of blood on the floor of my ship.
Yeah. And I'm just gonna share with you
Friend
all.
of yours, Val? A friend of yours, Val?
As you are flying over this space, these 2 ships coming in, and then this other much larger scout ship coming in from the other direction. And that's where we're going to take our break. We're going to take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we're going to deal with this. And we're going to go in, and we're going to go into rounds. That's what we're going to do. We're going to roll some initiative. When we get back, everybody, I want you to stretch. I want you to like drink some water. Make sure your hamstrings are stretched out and your hip flexors, because sitting on a chair all this time. It'll be 10 minutes, and when we get back, we're gonna find out what happens here. Yeah. We'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody. And we are back, everyone. Hi. I'm very happy and pleased to be back here for what is going to be something exciting, is what it's going to be. And we're going to have a conversation about this, all of us together. So I'm going to fill out some numbers here, but we're in a dogfighting situation. So the first things first is we're going to have to go and roll for initiative. That is what we're going to have to do, because that is how life goes with us. That's
Do we need to worry about tokens at all?
Yes. Let's do let's go. Let me pull up the I accidentally got the new what do you call it? I had to turn on the new thing.
Why?
Is this gonna be it for me? Nope, that's the die roller. Turn order. Here we go.
Where was that?
First things
for when I need to look at it. Oh, is that up in the lines? No.
I was like, what are these? It's the little lines. It's the lines right above the die.
Okay, thank you.
Does somebody want to take a tactics naval roll?
Yes. Oh, wait, I don't know if I'm a naval person, though.
I think I am, actually.
You have tactics naval, right?
Yeah, naval.
Yeah. Oh, I have tactics military. That's what I have. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm tactics
Hell yeah.
naval.
Hell yeah. I was so
Please.
excited. So I was like, yep, I get it. I know what I'm doing, but I was wrong.
If I had tactics, maybe.
You do not have to roll if you do not wish to, but each side, there are currently 3, gets to roll tactics.
Does anything bad happen if we roll tactics naval and fail?
I think we get like
minus to your initiative.
Oh, okay.
Yes, that is correct.
I just won't roll then and not have any minuses.
Mm-hmm.
You can do that.
I am gonna roll though, because we get bonuses if this goes our way.
Yes. Yes. Also,
Look, some of us may have had different experiences with naval things.
With the whole character creation thing.
yes,
And
there are surprises.
Yeah, we all know what that's like.
Yep. Okay, now here's your mission. You have to check what the roll is because I want to make sure that everything is actually. I do not think the mods are coming in. Do you have a
I have
bonus?
I have
What
a
is
plus
your-
one on Google, and I have my intellect is 9.
Okay, this is what I need to know. These are the things that I need to know because the mods are not coming through. I've got to just double check to make sure see why that is happening that way. So we just have to calculate our mods by hand. And I do not believe a 9 actually. I know.
Crazy.
I do not believe a 9 is a
70s?
bonus. I
9's a
know.
+1.
Is it 6 through 8 or 6 through 9?
6
Let me
through
check.
8 because 9's a +1. Because we just built my character like day before
go.
yesterday, and I was like, "Woo, a bunch of 9s!" Because I
Yes.
got a bunch of +1s.
Yes.
So
Which means you're going to get a +1 to that roll, so that puts you at an 8.
yes.
Do you have- Yeah.
Go ahead.
Huh? Do I need 9? Because I will spend a lot
No,
for
no.
this.
No. I need
Okay,
to tell you
okay.
something.
Oh,
It's
okay.
yeah. I need to tell you something about your ship. So you rolled an 8, which would give you like a +1. But this ship has very good, has holographic controls in the cockpit. So that's a +2. So that gives you a 10.
Oh, I thank you.
So
I love this ship so much. So much.
It is a
Mhm.
sweet ship.
It's a very sweet ship. So you
Good ship
everybody on your team is going to be getting a +1 to your roll, and I'm just going to go and roll for them. I've got my 2d6 up. That's a 7. They also get a +1 to their roll as well. So
Boo.
let's roll initiative because I'm going to let everybody know they're slightly different systems here. There's like person-to-person combat, vehicle combat in atmosphere, vehicle combat in space, and then spaceship combat. And we are doing dogfighting in atmosphere. So you should not be rolling with a boon, dear Severance. But okay,
maybe.
same number. Yes. So I need initiatives from everyone, and I've got tokens up, so you can pull your tokens. I don't have a token for you, my dearest Vesper, but we will get one for you.
It's okay. That was
Pull our
'cause
own
you-
tokens and roll from them, yeah?
Yep. Yes, please. Draw your tokens on, and then roll for them.
So Ari, if you remember, just drag from your character sheet tab.
Thank you.
And then you should be able to
Eh.
have a token.
There is my character sheet.
Hmm.
Wait, drop from what part of my character sheet?
You draw from
The
the
name?
tab, so like where your name
Yeah.
would be, where it says characters, and then all of our characters from in the chat tab on the side. Not from the character sheet. I'm sorry, from where we would grab our characters. You know where
Huh.
you would click on to get to your character sheet.
Yeah, I keep trying to do that, but it's not. There we go.
There you go.
Where's the initiative button?
Like, whoa.
It's
It's
dexterity.
combat at the top, like halfway down combat.
I lied.
It's Dex
Yes.
or Int.
Yes. Thank you. I found it.
2d6, Dex
or
plus
int.
Dex or Int. Both of those will help.
Yeah. I rolled fine. That's weird.
And every
Wait, I did select it. Yes, I did select it.
Completely forgot
I'm
about
getting
this
there. I'm just
entire
on the
tab.
plus. It's
Plus
fine.
1.
yes, everybody you get to add a +1.
And this is my actual roll because I'm tying it to a thing and I'm unbooning myself.
Oh my god, that was with a +1.
You're
Good
still rolling
job.
with a boon. You got to unboon yourself.
Yeah,
That was a crit fail, my friend.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I've
Ow.
unbooned. I'm
If we have a
clicking
+1, mine would be 1 more. Trooper would be 7. We'll change it
Okay.
up.
Please do.
Wanted to do
Let me-
it so you didn't think I was a cheat.
What a cheater.
I would never think you're a cheat.
Greg.
I-
You should. You should always question me.
I don't know about that.
More fun if we don't, though.
Yeah.
Fair point.
All right.
I think I'm
going to cancel Greg from the shows I was going to run.
So I've got Quint, Val, Severance, Terrica, the Hunters. Do I have... who am I missing? I don't think I'm missing anyone. I'm not missing anyone.
The city itself.
I'm missing...
Prize of the Innocent.
All of us in it.
I'm missing one person, but they'll go on Quint's turn.
Okay.
Is what they'll do.
Good.
Good.
It works.
You know, just one person. It'll be fine.
Don't worry about it.
Well, yeah, don't even worry about it. I have to do the let me do our turn order, shall we?
You say don't worry about it, and then I worry more. It's just how that works.
I know.
Yeah. Love it. Okay. I've added all the turns. And I think our turn order is good. So
who's the Hunters?
They're in the villain ship. They get to go first.
So that's what those tokens are, right? Those tokens over there are the Hunters?
Yeah, and they're in that ship.
Yeah.
Let's talk about how this works. So this is vehicle, not spaceship combat, which means it's basically still functioning like person-to-person combat. But there are a couple of different options. So as we spoke about before, everybody has got a significant action, a minor action, any reactions you have, and then like free actions. And you can trade in your significant action for 2 minors. If you are controlling a vehicle, you must spend your minor action controlling the vehicle unless you're going to be doing some shenanigans, in which case movement might take up more shenanigans for you. So you can do anything you could normally do as a regular human being, as you would, but there are some very specific vehicle choices. You can, on your turn, there are some vehicle moves. You can choose to dogfight, which is itself not an attack, but it's maneuverability, right? It's about trying to maneuver your way so that you can get into, be out of their range, but in your sights. Both of these shuttles have fixed point weapons. So they can only fire straight ahead. They cannot fire to the sides. So that matters. So trying to like maneuver that. And that's a thing you can do with your significant action. You can also evade, which is giving people sort of negatives. Now, you did say a thing, which I think I should probably bring up because you did bring it up. You can also, I want to get the right word. You can ram. I don't recommend it. You can weave, which is where you go into a place with a whole bunch of obstacles and you weave in and out of them. Yeah, and you get a big penalty, but then whoever's following you also has to take that penalty on their roll.
Of course, that's an action. To pilot. It's called weave.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
really
it's
cool.
a significant action.
Yeah,
yep.
Love that.
You can also stunt, like do something ridiculous. Those are things you can do, but they get to go first. So we're going to have them go first. There are only 2 of them. One of them is on piloting duty. One of them is on gunner duty. And so the pilot is going to choose on their turn to do dogfighting. They want to try to get you into their sights. Now, just for the record, at the moment you are both at there's a speed band that goes from 0 to 10. You all are all in spaceships, so you're all at 10. If you're a person, you're like at 1. And if you're in a Jeep, you're not at 1. Like 1 is stop, not moving. But you're all going hypersonic speeds. If ever your opponent is not within 1 speed band of you, you cannot fight each other. So you are currently both at 10 speed band, you and this other ship. Also, the scout ship, you're also at 10. So if ever they get slower than you, and 10 is the max, if they get slower, then they cannot fight you and vice versa. So just note that which means that like basically if I'm in a Jeep and I want to shoot at you, that's not gonna really happen because I'm not as fast as as a dropship jet. Do you know what I mean? Like there's not going to be any no good times there. So I am going to we're going to engage in some dogfighting to start off this round. But let me get some creepy music to have us be full of joy. Let's have a, is Phantom from Space good? Do we like this? We'll find out. No, that's not exciting.
No.
What we want
it definitely feels like we're about to get pounced by ghosts.
That's true.
Yes. Cool.
We'll just do our space battle.
I mean, that's what it sounds like on the ground below us anyways.
Yeah.
This is it.
Yeah. As people are getting
I'm there.
Yes. So by the way, you all also notice that the radio tower has gone down. So that's great.
When that happens, Terrica will swear, because that was their grand plan to help people, was to let them know.
Right.
Now that can't even happen.
Yep. We need a pilot versus pilot skill. So
Cool
let's have
distraction from that entire idea. Is this
Yeah.
So cool. Right. Great.
Yep.
Love it.
Could we, if you don't mind, get a roll? We need a piloting skill. This is a small craft. So we need Dex small craft.
Oh, Dex? Okay. One second.
Yeah. So piloting small craft is a specialization.
I have that.
Nice. That is 16? Okay, wow, my eyes.
What is your Dex?
My Dex is 7.
Okay. It rolled properly. I wanted
did actually roll properly.
I wanted to make sure, that's important. Now,
good idea.
If you will note, I have a character sheet for you all that has all the excitement for your ship. This one here, the Camelin Viper. And you've got 2 tabs, right? The prime tab, which is just a description of all the things, all the systems on your ship. And then we have got the combat tab. And the right here, 10 is your current speed. 7 is how many thrust, you have a thrust 7 ship. That's where you're at. So you can see, where are you at? There you are. You've got your power supply. Everything is powered. You've got your weapons. You've got a pulse laser. That pulse laser, by the way, has a +3 to attack because it's a very good pulse laser. And then you have 8 hit points in your hull and 10 armor. Just so you know.
I have a slight question that may or may not be affecting a lot of what I've been thinking about doing, which may be the wacky thing. You said we had a chain grappling hook thing on this thing?
You do.
And where would the stats for that be?
You have to make a roll.
What is it called?
It's the force linkage apparatus.
Force linkage apparatus.
Yes,
Well,
and
the flaw, for short.
the flaw.
And that is
Nice. I will say, though, the problem is you are in the hold, and that has to be done by a person who has access to the cockpit.
balls. Okay, I thought it was going to be something from the back.
I mean, you can't teleport to their ship. I mean, can you? Anyhow, I'm going to roll their excitement.
That's a good idea.
Hey, is it a good idea? Probably not.
No, that was also the other idea I had.
I just feel like last time you teleported.
Right, I just never wanted that again.
Yeah.
What was it? Force linkage apparatus? Yeah, that was
the forced linkage apparatus. So they, by the way, rolled a 9 to your 10, which means you win this dogfight this round. So that's going to mean a couple of things. If you notice on our lovely map, we have the heroes and the villains. We're going to assume that you're the heroes just to make it easy.
Oh, God, I was confused.
Gotta be the heroes, right?
Right, yeah. You can, when you win a dogfight, you're able to place yourself in which you can decide the facing, right? So, for example, you can only shoot forward and they can only shoot forward. So if they had won the dogfight, they would have probably just done this. Let me get the turn. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There we go. They would have done that so that they're behind you, so that they can shoot you. But they don't get to choose. They don't get to choose the facing that you have. How would you like to position this ship versus your ship, dear pilot?
And I have to, because what I would really like to do is start weaving through the city.
But you won the dogfight, so you get to decide where you guys are placed in. But this is not your turn.
Oh, I see. This isn't your turn. This is just you setting up.
Oh.
Yeah. This is you setting up the turn because you won the. Because you
beginning
won
of the
the
dance.
initial. So you have the advantage because you are the better pilot in this moment. So you can.
Yes.
It's like placing your units before the fight.
Yes. They. It's an opposed roll, right? And they came after you, but you are a better pilot than they are. Is what that is.
So when I'm thinking of this in space, like we've got, the city down below us. We haven't quite dipped into the city yet. They're trying to get so that they're
in their
off.
sights.
Yeah.
They want to get it so that they want to get behind you so that you cannot shoot them, but they can shoot you.
I want to be
get like a good flank is what they're.
I want to be underneath them. Presumably that's where they can't, where their sensors are not going to. Wait, would their sensors be more likely to not catch me underneath or over top?
Oh, their sensors can get you. The question is their guns. That's the big thing. It's about wanting.
So they can only shoot forward. So if we get behind them, that at least puts them in a disadvantage to having to win the next dogfight positioning to flip the tables on us.
They can shoot forward and back, I think.
No, only forward.
Only forward. Okay.
Both of these are very small ships, and these ships can only shoot forward.
Okay, I thought there was. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, so, let's go behind them then.
All right. Would you like to do the honor?
Sure.
I can only imagine that as this is occurring, Val, who is used to Terrica and their impressive flying, isn't used to Terrica and their impressive flying in a craft this small in Atlo. And I am assuming that this is like one of those shots of Val holding onto the dash and the fucking chair beside him, like, as they're like,
yeah.
And Terrica looks like, like when you sit out on a deck, you got a beer in one hand and you've got like, a nice like canapé in the other, and you're just like, like that's what Terrica looks like.
Yeah.
Here we go.
The beer and a paint on the porch.
That first person has taken their turn. The second person, who's in the gunner seat, cannot hit you because you are not in their sights. They cannot get you at all. So what they're going to do is they're going to try to get a sensor lock on you. This is not good because your ships are really hard to get sensor locks on. That's what they do, right? Like that's what they do. But they might roll well. It's really unlikely. It's really unlikely.
Okay.
So they're coming at this with a +2. They need to hit an 8. But there's a -6 because of... there we go. I think I rolled that. First one was the 6 is the one I rolled. Nope. Even that 11 would not have helped because the stealth coding on this ship is such that it's really hard to get a sensor lock. Just real hard. Just real hard. Quint, you're up.
Yeah.
You see these small matte coated, like they've clearly got like hot, really, really sort of important kind of polymers going on. One is sort of like
same make and model from
same make and model.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah. Yes. I will note that you do not want to get into a dogfight with them if you can avoid it, because because they're small, but also they're all up on each other. So if you shoot at one of them, you might get the other. Also, they look the same.
Okay.
And they're being aggressive towards each other, so there's that.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part. Also, there's a bunch of how big is my ship? Like, how many people can my ship fit? You said.
Your ship is 100 displacement tons.
And I was like, I don't know, that means travel.
It's quite big, right? You don't have a lot of cargo space actually, because most of your ship is you have like let me put it this way. These ships have 1 ton of fuel. You have 23 tons of fuel, so you can just go for a long, long time without ever having to refuel. You also got a good jump drive that's, you know, pretty decent. You've got... you also have an air raft. You have like a think about like a speeder, like a Luke Skywalker kind of speeder.
I also don't want to get in a dogfight one of those. So.
No, that you can sort of take out and like fly around-ish. You've got a number of... Yes, you've got a workshop. You've got some probe drones in there. And you also have, you know, you've got a nice ship. You've got like 10 displacement tons of cargo space, so you certainly can. You've got a lot of space for cargo, but you also have got 4 standard staterooms, so you could have a total of 8 people living in this place.
Living in this place. Okay.
You have your own campaign.
Yeah, I can have my own campaign. Oh.
Yes, this is a ship that PCs sometimes have.
Yeah. How many? If I were to like try to save some of the poor innocent people getting slaughtered down below, how many refugees could my ship hold?
Oh, quite a lot. You could pack in quite a few. Not 8,000. But
no.
No.
But you know, save some numbers. Okay. Before I do anything rash, like try to save refugees.
Wait a minute. What did you just say, Lindy?
Why is that?
I've never in my life heard you say, wait, before I do anything rash.
I've never caused trouble a day in my life.
Ever.
So I want to try to get an idea of what's going on between these two like super high-tech stealth cruisers.
You have got 7 people in your ship right now.
Okay, cool. I can't use the sensors though, because obviously they're too high-tech for that. So I might... How far away are they?
I would say they are like... They're probably close range to you, is what I would probably say.
Okay, well that's fine then.
And there's also a bunch of people being shot down on the planet's surface.
This might be giving away some things right off the bat, but I feel like this is a good way to start. I want to use life detection on the 2 stealth ships to see if I can suss out why it's being so weird. Like, did the Aslan get one of these ships or something? Is that like what's happening here? Are these Aslan ships and one of them got hijacked by Imperials? You know,
didn't reveal anything. I still have no idea who you are.
I'm going to just make a small comment for anybody who's in the audience. She rolled it. Every single PC has got some kind of psionic potential in this campaign, even though psionics are very, very rare, but she rolled it. It was like a 1 in a something other chance. I'm just saying that it is a thing that happens. Could you please roll your psi?
I would love to roll that for you.
I didn't know there was a psi power. I thought you were just scanning because you're a surveyor.
No,
you know,
not that kind of surveying.
It's a surveyor mind power.
No, never mind. Then you just teleport me into the other room.
Yeah. Well, I tried real hard for teleport.
Didn't have it.
Did not get it.
Me too.
No modifiers.
Teleported all of my clothes through my body.
I succeed because it's distant.
You do actually,
and it's easy check. So, yeah. What do I sense from these 2 ships? Would you like me to read about what life detection does?
Please. I just checked it. Please remove one of your psi points.
Cool. Boop. Done.
Let me tell you what you recognize.
Very cool.
You reach out.
I reach out.
You reach out your mind.
Since my ship sensors won't work, I'm gonna reach out with my mind powers. My mind sensors.
You know, the Imperium does not like psionics.
They don't.
Aren't you an Imperial scout, though?
What?
Anyway,
say what? That's what the uniform says.
I love
that. Is true. That is true. That is what the uniform says. Also, I don't know why my sound went off. Yeah. So
you said they like that.
It's weird. It's weird. So you reach out your mind.
Yes, I do.
To sense life. And you have distance, right? You have distance. So you can actually sense
I can up to
Quite a
5
bit.
kilometers, but I'm focusing in on these
Mhm.
ships. Yeah,
There's a city below you, full of
there
people.
is. Yes,
Yes.
lots of life being snuffed out below them.
Yeah. It's getting
So they're about
drastically easier.
there's
It's
about
getting
8,000 I'm
easier
sorry,
the longer it takes.
7,900 up, no, 7,000 up, no,
We should just put a
So-
counter up.
17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Shit.
And then Quinn's traumatized.
the
Seeing Order 66.
these two ships are like trying to maneuver around each other. And one ship, you reach out and you can sense 2 mines on that ship in the cockpit area. The rest of the ship is
Checks
empty.
out.
There's nothing else on it.
All right, sure. That works. That checks out.
These
some
2
Things.
mines are human.
Mm-hmm.
You sense that. On the other ship, you do not sense any mines on that other ship at all. And you know that's impossible, which
That's
says to
interesting.
you,
Mm-hmm.
the only kind of mines you cannot detect or sense are mines that are psychically shielded, psionically shielded.
Okay.
I have to try harder than that, Charles.
Which means there's at
Some
least one person on
Imperials.
that ship.
Chasing after a psionic individual. Interesting.
Or more, or who knows? There could be like 80
There
psionic.
could be.
Probably not.
There could
Probably
probably
not
not.
80.
Not in that size. That'd be a little
No, no.
cramped.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I have a better idea of what's happening now. Maybe a little bit.
So there's
One of
an
these ships
Imperial.
was hijacked.
One of these ships has
What?
got probably psionic people on it. Is what I'm
Why
trying to
not
tell
us? Oh, you didn't say. Oh, you didn't say it was us. Oh, okay.
No,
Yeah,
I
'cause-
don't know if Imperials hijacked the other one or if you psionic people hijacked one. I don't. It's one of
Not
these
psionic,
ships.
we're
You
just people.
psionic people.
What do you mean? They're the
Psionic
ones who have shielded brains. What do you? Stop pointing fingers at us. They're heroes. Do you see our label? We're the heroes.
Literally heroes on there.
It's the only time we can be. Yeah, we're the only one.
Yeah.
It's the only time you can ever call us heroes.
Okay, so I make note of this. Can I send a message to one of the ships without the other ship getting the message?
That would have to be your next turn because you've done your
Okay,
significant
that's
action.
fine. I will keep within range of them, but start looking for a place to land in the city to maybe
Mhm.
get some people in there, or to be backup for these people if necessary. I'm just gonna maneuver a bit.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
just gonna
yeah.
fly casual.
Casual.
I'm an Imperial scout ship. They have no reason to target me yet.
That is correct.
By
the
the way,
way,
I want to be a meta player.
There's an
real
Imperial
quick.
scout ship. That's all. There's an Imperial scout ship that's coming up. Go ahead.
Yes.
Trooper, I didn't want to be meta, but just because
Please.
Lindy's coming in, technically you have a way to communicate with us that is not part of the comms.
that is true.
correct. If she has that ability, we don't know. You
I'm
know.
curious,
I'm
Did
just gonna do my finger and hope it works.
did my brooch light up at any point during that?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Okay.
So, Severance.
Fly casual.
Yeah, I've been thinking this entire time of what
You're
to do
stuck
if
in the hold.
If I was in a box truck
Yeah.
in a dogfight
Mhm.
with a
I'm
suit
gonna
of
throw
power
out
armor.
Some
Yeah,
ideas
there
for
we go.
you. Now, when I say I'm going to throw out some ideas for you, partly what I'm going to do here is to torment you.
Of course,
because I
and
think
then
it's-
I will torment you because I'm playing the game.
I appreciate it.
Right.
You know, you are the captain, and captains have leadership, and you could roll leadership
Oh my
for your
gosh,
significant
I
action.
could just order them around from the box truck, which is what I want to do.
And
In the
that you
beginning
can
of this
give them
episode.
bonuses if you have the leadership skill.
I do have the leadership skill. No, I don't.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it, because I knew you did. Yeah,
You
yeah,
were
yeah,
excited for me
Yeah.
to figure it out. All right,
yeah,
great.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
have half a point of leadership.
yeah, yeah. But you know, if you
because
had that
I'm working
skill,
on it.
you could roll that, and you could inspire the people for whom you are the captain.
Okay,
But
so
you do
didn't
not
help
have
me
that
at all.
skill.
That's the torment. That's it. That was it. You said it.
I did.
That
I
was
did.
it. Perfect.
You could try
well,
to
I
aid them in some
can.
way.
Yeah, I could try to aid them.
Also
I
have
could
psionic
also
powers.
give them my idea. I know I have psionic. Me as the player, yes, I would love to do the psionic powers, but Severance
not
tried
very good
that
at it.
once,
Mm-hmm.
and lost all his clothes and fell and almost died. So
yeah, but now you're better at it.
Am I?
Are you?
Oh, I am. All right, I am. I have no idea. Like on the page, I am, but I don't know if he would be like, I want to go there and then do it. But what I will do, can I just spend my action maybe talking to them about it? What's happening on my screen?
I didn't do it.
Really weird. No, it was just my feed.
Oh.
Okay, so
my question is,
yes.
Is there a way in which you think you can aid them? Because you can do a task chain. Like if you have any kind of skill or thought that you think you could roll to give them an idea or a thought, that can be a task chain which can give them a bonus. Because I
have ideas, but I don't know if I have an ability that it could be an intelligence.
Mm-hmm. What skill would you like to roll to aid your fellows? So
here's I have a wacky plan, but I can't really pull it off because I don't have access to the grappling hook. But it still could be cool. The grappling hook is it personnel mounted, or is it like shot from the cockpit like a gun?
It's shot from the cockpit like a gun.
Okay, so it's not like a Mad Max, someone in the back shooting.
No, it is like a full-on ship level.
Yeah, this is meant for ships, and it's totally above board, not pirates. But if it was pirates, they would probably have someone shoot it, right?
Well, here's the thing.
Like a ballista.
This is also a very, very high. Like there are lower tech versions of this flaw.
Right.
But this is a high tech version of the flaw. Yeah. This one, it has like gravitic controls and like homes in on. It's nice.
Super crazy magnets and not a giant hook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because I'm thinking how cool it could be to. I'm just trying to think about because it would be dope if like we killed the engines, spun around, shot the chain gun, and then like fell and then went into a weave. So we're dragging them behind us. Therefore, they can't like, dodge and weave. They're just being drugged through the caverns that we have to go through, and likely they probably won't make it because of how that would make sense. But one, I'm not sure how. I'm not sure like if Severance would know all of that to try to relay that.
That sounds like it could be tactics. Sounds like that could be a tactics roll.
I do have tactics. I have military tactics though, but I guess that doesn't matter because I'm not rolling the specialty, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, I could roll it naked. Okay.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like an int tactics to me.
Okay.
That's what that sounds like to me.
All right. I will. Where are my comms? I actually have a problem.
Also,
doesn't matter. It's gone.
I lost my sound, and I'm very sad about it. So I've got to
see
if I can get it back.
And the music.
No, just the music. I was like, come back.
The music's working for me,
but it's not working for me.
Yeah.
Wait.
It works for me. No, we're refresh. Did you mute the tab?
No, I have to unmute the site.
Hey, perfect. Been there before. I'm going to say. I don't even know we're under fire yet.
Oh, you can tell something bad is happening. Is very clearly happening.
Yeah, like there's been like weird wacky flying happening.
Terika definitely banked really hard, and then
okay, but it's like first there hasn't been any shots. There's a crazy. I guess I'm just gonna go. What are you doing? As I am.
And you do know that you have been crept up on by that ship because they've been asking about you.
You do know that there's someone coming up on you.
Okay. So I do know that. Okay. I don't think I have anything here. Like it makes no narrative sense without it being meta like. I will. Can I hold my
dispute
action?
that. I dispute that because you know that you're being challenged by that ship
Yes.
to
Yeah, you're,
But,
you're
like-
being challenged by something, and then you suddenly start making evasive maneuvers.
Yeah.
That
Right.
yeah.
Would it help you if on the over the comms, Val jumps on and it's like they're flying, their ships are fighting us. You know, just
Yeah,
you get an
that would
idea
help
that we're in
me.
a dogfight.
That would help me. Yeah, but I don't think I would come up with this wacky plan right now. Is my my thing. As far as can I hold my action? Is that a thing I can do in this system?
yes, yes, you can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't in Star Wars, but you can in this. Oh, yeah. I will hold my action until the end of the round. Could you check in on me then?
Yes.
All right, cool. Maybe I'll have something.
I cannot currently get sound in both spaces. That is my life.
Oh,
okay.
Perfect.
Yes. Val, it is your go.
Oh, I was going to try to port the sound. I don't think I can because then it would be double for you. Never mind.
At the moment, I'm not hearing it at all, so I think it may not be, depending on what depends on what you got. It's just that it's because I have the Roll20 on 2 different browsers. Is the situation? That's why. You are in a second turret. You're in a second cockpit. I need to tell you something about dogfighting, just in case you need to know this about the ship you're in. If you win the dogfight, which you did, you get a +2 in all of your attack rolls, and the loser gets a -2 on all of their attack rolls. Also, this ship has a fire control program on it. Yes, it does. It does. It has a fire control program. What does it say? Hey, Cameron Viper, that's a fire control +3. And then, yeah. So because of the, no, I'm sorry. I lied to you. That is not even accurate. The pulse laser gets a +2. This is also an accurate pulse laser because they spent a lot of money on this. So that's a +3 already, plus another +2 because you won the dogfight. And then you also have the fire control program, which gives you another +3.
+8?
Yes, that is correct.
Whoa.
Well, I'm shooting everything if I'm allowed to do that.
Now, I will just note, you don't have to. You don't have to shoot at them. You could just be like, hey, how you doing? And like hang out.
Yeah, that sounds like something that Val would do. No, I'm going to shoot them. And I would say that, Val tries to keep his shit together most of the time.
Yeah,
but I'm going to say that there's nobody, and The Rock means nobody, that is going to be able to keep their shit when when they're in the zone. And right now, Terrica's in the zone, and the only thing that Val can do is focus on the ship in front and think, if I can knock this fucking thing out of the sky, this shit will stop. And I will be able to fucking get my horizon back and not feel like I'm flying. Right. So he focuses 1000% of his concentration on destroying this thing so the world returns.
Okay.
Full stop.
Please roll your gunner. This is a gunner turret. If you have that specialization, I do not know if you do or not.
I certainly do not.
Do you have gunner?
I have none of that.
Can I help him?
Nope, because you're flying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be...
I do have, to compensate for this, I have, Sue has security. So that program helps with,
because Sue is on the... right,
I was going to say, I can pull Sue off of the suit but I sort of want Sue to do that. So,
Yeah. You're at a plus... You're going to be a -3 because you are not trained in gunnery. But you do have a +8. So you're at a +5. So 2d6 +5 plus your dex modifier. If you have one.
So I'm going to roll this raw so we know what's going on here. So here's the 2d6. 8.
+5.
And my dex is a 10.
Which is a +1. So that's a 14. what that is. You need an 8. However, this would be a critical hit, because by 6 is critical hit, but they have the evasion program up. So you only beat them by 4. Because if you'd hit them by more than 4, by 6, that would have been really bad for them. Been real bad. Could you roll damage?
I sure
Because I want to show everybody what this
How?
looks like.
Okay.
This is 2d6, your lasers.
Oh, 2d6. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Please be good. This would be really fun if it was good.
Oh,
That's not
no.
bad.
Okay. So, everybody, I want to talk to you about, just so that our players can feel what this looks like. What this looks like. So, that's 10 damage, but you also get +4 because you beat them by 4, so that's 14. This ship, like yours, has 10 armor. So that armor, so only 4 damage gets through. Let's discuss what this means for a ship that is as small as this ship. So, both you and this ship have 8 hull points. That is how many hull points you have. 8. This ship loses 4 of those 8 hull points, which sucks for them. However, we need to have a bit of discussion about what
Their
this
turn.
means. No.
What they do. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, it's worse than that.
Okay.
It's worse than that. See, this game
Three
says,
bullets.
much like, you guys get to roll some stuff to make yourself feel good, much like games that have critical hits like The Witcher. If you take 10% of your hull points in damage, you get structural critical damage.
Mhm.
For every 10%, you get another one of those. And
10% of your whole points?
yes,
Whoa.
yes,
If it gets through your armor, you're in deep shit.
That's real
yes.
bad.
Now, if you're a very big ship, like the one that our scout is in right now, which has 40 hull points, you can,
That's all right.
right. But if you have only
Every
8 hull
4
points,
That's
yeah.
Ooh.
but for us, it's not every 4 points. It's, yeah. So, looking at my little chart here, because I have one, I see the one, you can see it in the little map. It says the structural hull points right there, but I didn't have the moment to go and write in the text, but I can do it right now so you can see it. 8, well, let's make that bigger though. 8 is, because I want this to be glorious and I want you to see it. I want you to know. Bold, and let's put you at 32. Yeah. So 8 is how many hull points you have. And then the next,
them, right? Not us.
Yeah. You guys have the same, so we'll just put you right there. So the next break point for you all, I just want you to see it, and then I want you to roll, and then I want to just see how that goes. You know what I mean? Just like full of joy and love. Now, I will note that they still have 4 hull points left. I'm going to make a rollable table for this. So the next one is 7. If they were at 7, they would have to take 1 bit of structural damage, which is awesome for them, I think. The next breakpoint is 6. And I just want you to know this for when you go off and do your other things. Then 5.
With our scout ship, maybe, that we're going to probably maybe have.
Well, with the Gambler also, your Gambler's a very badass ship as well, and has decent armor.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to note
Anti-comical.
I will note this when you're thinking this when you hit them with this laser. They have 10 armor, which is a lot. Like 10 armor is actually quite a lot. Your average ship has maybe 4, and I'm talking about a ship that's like a massive, like a massive ship. You know, like that's what most ships have, like 4 armor. And I will tell you, and this is the thing that you can sort of assess as a person watching this. If they have that much armor, there's no way they have that much armor without that armor being so high tech, because armor is heavy, and this is a small ship, and you cannot get that much armor unless that armor is probably the top of the line, most highly, highly advanced armor you can imagine. So anyhow, they're down to 4. Let's just put this big arrow right down there. So 1, 2, 3, that's 5 bits of structural damage, critical damage. Let's roll it. Why don't we?
Let's do it.
Let's do that. Who wants to roll? You know what? Each of you gets to roll 1.
Ooh la la.
Okay.
2d6.
Hey, Greg, you can take mine. You shot.
Oh, no. I'm going to do the
thank you.
first one.
Right,
And
perfect.
then
What are we rolling?
8.
2d6.
Pow.
8.
2d6.
I will note the armor is static, but you can lose it. So you rolled an 8. You just hit their cargo area. That's the first bit of damage. Now, I'm going to show you all something on using your character sheet so you can see it. But I will put it on theirs just for the moment. If you go to the combat tab, which I made recently, they've got this sort of section here at the bottom for critical damage. And you can put in, for example, that the cargo hold just got hit. And this is a severity 1 piece of damage. It is really hard to repair this stuff, by the way. It doesn't really go away. You don't have this problem, but they do at the moment. So they lose 10% of their cargo just right off the bat, which means some of their gear, all that weaponry they have, and they're gonna, in that armory, they're gonna lose.
It's now down in the city. You're welcome.
Yes.
You're welcome,
Yes.
city.
Hey, it's like a pinata.
Hey,
of
huh?
death.
That's
Yeah.
right.
It's like
Yeah.
Jamestown.
Oh, so good. Who would like to roll the next
Supply
one?
drops.
I'll do it.
Please do. Oh,
Right.
that's another 8. So what that means, So there's a ranking for your sustained damage, 1 through 6. And if you hit the same one again, it goes to the next severity. So now they have a severity 2 bit of damage to what is their cargo hold. And if you want to know what that means, a severity 2 means that they have just they're like they're the whole space, the whole area where the people are. They don't have soldiers in there right now, but that's where their armor is. They're just losing. There's like a hole there, and bits of that starts flying out. Who's the next one?
I'll do it. I have a 2d6
Do it.
right here in front of me.
2d6, please.
Hiya. What's that? What happens when it's
We're going to cut it in half.
Yep.
Yeah.
They now have a severity 3. Severity 3 sustained damage wound in their cargo area.
Nice.
Yeah. Lindy, would you like to roll 2d6?
Not we, you.
I
You
would
are going to cut it
love
in
to
half.
roll 2d6. I was gonna say if it's another 8, I was gonna laugh, but it's a 9. It's a 9.
It's a 9. It's a 9. Okay, so there are many different systems, right? When you roll your 2d6, you find out what you get. You could get the fuel, power plant, weapons, armor, hull, cargo, which you got a whole lot of, drive system, general systems. You got a 9.
I did.
Yes.
What is it?
That's occupants.
Cockpit.
Oh, my.
I mean, oh no.
You said there was nobody else in the shuttle, so that means that has to be the cockpit then, right?
Cockpit.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Get wrecked.
Wowee.
Somebody in that ship is going to be taking
Ship damage.
Ship damage is a
One
1 point of damage,
ship damage.
but there's a multiplier,
And
right?
yeah.
Because this is not regular person damage, right? This is
No.
ship level damage on a regular
Yeah.
person. Yeah, that's like 10 points of damage right there. So, we get one more.
all right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that everyone? It's you. You can roll one.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trooper.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
in this. Come on. Nice,
Eight.
another 8.
That poor cargo hold is fucked.
There's no one in there. But it's
All of
fine.
their cargo is destroyed. All of it.
Uh,
If you hit the cargo hold again, it now starts taking massive structural damage to this ship.
That's a challenge to
Trooper,
me.
I forget this, but since they took 4 consecutive hits in the same spot, isn't there like a structural integrity thing that comes into play? Like when they have
One more.
one more.
4 is like your
One
big
more.
break.
Okay.
4 is your break
Sorry, I
point.
rolled a 9 and heard a
Yeah,
pilot
yeah.
instead.
Yeah.
I know it's
Yeah.
me. It's me.
Get
I
out of
wanted to
here.
hurt
Yeah.
the people more than the
We're
ship.
not even going to
Sorry.
interact with
My
you
bad.
anymore.
Yeah.
Not even going to have that
Cause
scene.
bodily harm, not like property damage. Yeah, my bad.
Everyone
Terica,
has to
it's
have
you.
their focus.
You should say he's an NPC.
So I just saw this like rip through them.
Yeah, like this pulse, you've got this pulse laser beam, right? And it like shoots out, right? Just like right across space, and it goes right,
God.
like right through, because like you were like wanting to get below them, right? So like right up through the body of this sort of like, the ship itself looks sort of like it's got these sort of like wings, but it kind of like, if you look at it from below, it kind of looks like a cobra, right? Like the kind of the flare of a cobra. It's like the wings are sort of like in that shape, right? And it's got these it's got the and it's got the pulse laser kind of like there's the fangs of this. It's a serpent class for surveillance, reconnaissance. We have an acronym, and you oh yeah, and you can see this like the pulse laser hits right below. Right in through the cargo area and continues right through to where the cockpit is. And you see, like, oh.
Our weapons are fixed, too, so it's not necessarily you aiming. It's you firing while Tarek is doing the driving and aiming.
Yes.
Tarek is doing everything, yeah.
Yeah.
Terica moved.
Everything. I didn't hit the button.
Oh, I thought you fired. Okay. Yeah,
Terica maneuvered so that you could fire.
Yeah. Cool.
Val blindly pushed a button in absolute terror.
Got it.
What happens is like Erica just, like looks over at Val, and they're like, "You okay?"
I'm great.
It's in like this really, really scary trance. You all right? Everything's cool,
How
dude.
are you doing?
Fine.
Like they're like, we're not getting fired at. There aren't any other ships on the. I assume as I look down, I'm only.
You
seeing
see this Imperial scout ship.
Okay. So we've been spotted.
Take them out. No survivors.
This now murder attempt. Yay. I think Terica would then like turn back to look up front, and they're going
aggressively.
Wait, what did you say?
Not moving aggressively.
I mean, true, but still an Imperial ship.
It is true. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there.
I wish I knew this. I wish I knew that it was you, but I don't. Or Terica doesn't anyway. So I think what they're gonna do is they're gonna try and drop and tuck into the city. Ideally, like sort of weave so that they're hoping to lose sight of the scout ship, but they also want to kind of keep an eye on this one that they've crippled, ideally in a way where we can fire again. That's what I'm trying to do. Avoid being seen, fire again. But I don't think I can fire. I think I can just weave.
Hello, Nuggetosaurus. So let's talk about how fast your vehicle is. You are in a spaceship, and you are at a speed band of 10, because you're going the fastest you can go. That's pretty awesome. Let me ask you a question. You may choose to take a penalty on your piloting roll anywhere between 1 and 10. You get to choose how reckless you would like to be in your weaving through this city. And the other ship, whoever is following you, if they want to continue to follow you, they have to also make a piloting roll at that penalty.
Oh my God, it's horse. This is horse piloting. You make it. Oh, I love it. Oh, I couldn't love it.
That does make sense. I love that.
Okay. I would like
Greg love horses, everybody.
Greg's a horse boy.
A penalty of
Centaur, everyone.
6.
6. So you need to make a piloting roll and get an 8, and you're at -6. Are you ready for that?
We'll find out.
Erica is, but it's Ari.
Before you do, I will recall that your father, Severance, has not taken his role yet, and he can.
Oh God.
Hey, listen, you all have to be careful. Trooper slips the jab whenever if the gloves come down, the jab just comes in.
You may you can take an action if you wish to do a chain task. You know, some sort of like fatherly care. I don't know if there's some way you might want to support your daughter in this. I'm just asking. I want to give you the opportunity.
Done that. Supportive Severance.
Because
No way.
Erica's feeling very reckless right now, just in case there is a question about that. Overly confident in their flying abilities is, I think, the best way to phrase that.
If there's going to be no help, then you roll it.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm
I'm
just
probably
ask.
screaming.
Wait,
Yeah,
because, you know,
on the-
Is there anything that I can do? I mean, I don't
Have you taken your
have
turn?
small craft. Yeah.
I'm sorry. One
Yeah.
more time. What are you trying to do? What skills and stuff?
I'm going to be.
Tell me like I wasn't paying attention.
They're going to be weaving through the city in a very, very
You're right. And you want me to
dangerous
help
way.
with that? Okay. That's what I thought we were doing. Okay.
You can talk. You know, I don't know. You could communicate with your daughter.
That's my girl.
I'm not doing that. I'm going to say that.
Look, I'm just
Actually,
like,
no,
I'm here.
or I do, and I misgender them, and then you get more reckless. Perfect.
I mean, they're
It's
already
just-
at a level
There's
6.
so many layers.
Reckless.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Would
if I
you
can
like to
help.
make a roll?
Okay, hit me.
I have nothing.
Okay. Please make that
Alright,
piloting roll.
Very.
Dex piloting small craft. -6.
Here we go.
Let's see what this is here.
Who knows?
Oh.
We're gonna check. We're checking. Let me see what we got here.
Even if I did help, nothing would have happened.
That
That's you don't know.
accurate roll.
I do know.
Let's see if it's
It would've been a
accurate.
+1 maybe.
You rolled a 4 plus 1. Yeah. What is your piloting small craft skill?
1 plus 1.
Okay, so that is so that will be -5. So you have a 1 is what you rolled.
That's -6.
Oh, okay. I'm going to
She-
add 7 luck to this.
Okay.
Okay.
That is a success.
Wow. That is a lot of luck.
I
If
have
they
a
want
lot
to
of luck.
follow you, they're going to need to make a piloting roll at -6.
Never seen that much luck in my life.
So I need you to describe how you move into this city. Imagine it like I'm imagining the city like Tucson, Arizona, but like in the 40s or 50s or 60s, where like you don't have like massively
Tucson,
huge.
Arizona.
Yeah, right. Like
Okay.
yeah, like you don't have massive buildings. Like you probably have like the like probably everything is like one story except for like the Capitol building, which is like if you can imagine it being like what do you call it, the city hall. It's basically, it's a city hall, right? So like you've got like a 2-story city hall. I'm imagining it being like I'm thinking very southwest, like in terms of like architecture, right? And they've got roads and all of that, and they've got some Jeeps and all of that. It's a nice place, but it's not particularly tall. But you've got the city hall, and you've got streets that are probably not super wide, a little on the narrower side, because, you know, they basically have like, they're not massive freeways or highways or anything like that. They're still sort of wide enough you can get carts on both sides. And as you're moving in, you are seeing, of course, people being shot. And people screaming and running. And I need you to describe to me what this is like.
So as a tuck and dive into the to the city. I imagine we're talking like maybe 2-story tall buildings, maybe 3, but that's about the highest it goes.
Yeah, that's the highest you got.
That is so low.
To like to honor how close I got to a critical failure there.
Yeah.
We're gonna say
only by your luck.
Into the air. That's how close we're gonna be.
Only by my luck. So when they tuck down into the city, I assume there's like some sort of street lights, like those big tall. I snap off a couple of those, going through, like just pop, 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 pop. And then,
and there's still power lines. Like there's still the power lines era, right?
Sure, power lines are coming down. Like there is, and Terrica's just as they go, they're like, oh, oops.
It's all calculated.
And then I imagine they see like, you know, a couple of the dressed as Aslan people like chasing down. So then they're like, oh, and they just sort of tuck and they try to like mow down those guys or like at least get between them. And I imagine that's when like
how many miles per hour? They're gone.
Like a billion. Like
bugs on the windshield. Like humans dressed as Aslan on a windshield.
They were killing other people, and that's part of Terrica's code. Is like you stop people from killing other people, and you don't kill other people. Like you just be
unless you get killed. Unless
hopefully you don't get killed.
But you didn't kill him. It was the ship that did it.
Interesting.
So I think that's what's happening. Is they're somewhere between like, and they don't. Even when they snap off things as they're flying, they know that they're mucking up the ship. There's this part of them that's like, oh, I wish I hadn't scratched the paint, you know?
Yes.
But there's also this part of them that's like, yeah, but I'm alive, and here we go. Like they're in their zone. They're still very cool.
I'm gonna say that cargo hold, because of the way this ship is built, it's gonna make it really hard for them to carry people back in this shuttle of theirs. Because
I didn't know it had a cargo hold anymore. I thought it was completely gone.
Yeah, so having their soldiers come back in is going to be.
It's like a flying donut.
Yeah,
it's like a hornet flying.
Yeah,
without the abdomen.
Yeah. So it's their turn. Top of the second round. Their turn. Their pilot has got their gunner next to them. Hold on.
Let's roll. Still have their gunner next to them?
Let's roll for it. Let's roll for it. Odds that hit the pilot, evens that hit the gunner.
Love it.
Sounds fair to me.
Hit the gunner.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Pilot. The pilot's like, oh, so I could follow them or not. They're going to break off because according to the rules, the only choice this pilot has is to try to fly this ship at a -6. And if they fail, bad things happen to them. More bad things happen to them. Or
more bad
or they break off the chase. And they're going to have to break off the chase because I'm just looking at, like, it's not good. It says
totally makes sense.
Yeah, it says they have to make that check. If they fail, they have flown into an obstacle and crashed. So that, and also if you had failed, you would have flown into an obstacle and crashed. But now,
and
let me just say, with that one roll that you had, you could see your life just flash before your eyes. Yeah. So this ship is not confident that with the big, huge hole in the side that they could chase you down. So they are not. So they turn, right? They bank, they turn, and they start moving out of the way. The gunner's not going to shoot anyone. So sad. Quint, it's your go. You see.
Yeah.
The ship,
another one.
The ship that has the psionics on board, presumably,
yes,
because they're presumably people.
It's either psionics or AI, and I'm not mad about either.
Yeah, I doubt the AI would have done that. that
It doesn't seem logical. No, I'm guessing it's some crazy psionic motherfuckers on there.
probably.
Okay, you know, I'm just doing some calculations in my mind.
Wait. Quick question before you. Is it a free action for me to smack the comms and tell the other pilot something?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Erica would do that, and what they would
taunting
say
is always a free action. Like cool one-liners, always a free action.
And is that a
And I
t-shirt?
wanted to do this before you, just in case you can overhear this, because I don't know how much you have there, Lindy. Whatever the sort of like all hail the Aslan equivalent is, that's what Terrica is going to say.
Whoa.
That is a 250,000 credit transmission. Because honorable among honorable, that's awesome.
Yeah. I'm gonna need a roll from you with a boon.
Cool.
Can I get a
GPT? What the equivalent to Aslan?
what did they say? What did they say?
I have Aslan culture. Can I help with that?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Please roll it. And
I'm sure I'll fuck this all up, but I mean,
I might look it up.
I have 2 luck left, so.
I have
and
one.
are you, by the way, are you broadcasting on your comms?
They are not trying to broadcast to anyone other than Imperial ships.
No bonus, -2 to this roll, but you get you're gonna get a boon.
Okay.
Let me just check Val. Val, what you got there? What's your mod for your ability?
I think it's just one. Because
and
did you want language or did you want something else?
Language would be totally fine.
Okay, that's what I rolled then.
Yeah. So I think that's a 6, which is a -1 to your roll.
And
If I give a luck to it to 7, would that help?
You need to hit 8.
Shit. No, I tried. I'm sorry.
But you have 2 luck points left. You do have 2 luck points left.
I do.
Didn't you say you had 2? No, you only have 1. Never mind. All right, so please give me your roll. I'm thinking social, and you have some choices. You can either go diplomacy to know exactly what kind of things would be politically disadvantageous or advantageous for you, right? This is like knowing, right, what would be the proper things to say to help spark various intergalactic incidents. That would be a diplomacy. Deception, although I don't know how deceptive you're being right now. So you have some choices here.
I mean, it's Terrica, so diplomacy seems like the best role here.
Evil diplomacy. I got you. evil diplomacy.
Evil diplomacy. Okay, -1, right?
Just -1. That is correct. But you have a boon.
Did I boon it? I did boon it.
Yes, you did. I will just note that. As you, I will note, by the way, Quint.
Yes.
You do hear this on your comms, as you are in an Imperial ship.
I do. Yes.
But this
Interesting choices are being made.
Yes, but it's not being said in the Aslan language, because I do not believe that they speak the Aslan language. But so something is being said in the general sort of Galangic. That's all like.
It's in the Discord.
Roar with the might of 1,000 prides. Together we forge our path of honor. All hail the Aslan, fierce hunters and untamed warriors. Via Chat GPT. I will tell you, it feels very convincing. It feels very provocative. It feels like if you are a good, loyal Imperial who hates the Aslan, you would probably be really upset right now.
Yeah, I bet I would.
Yeah.
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 I have a couple questions then.
Yes, please.
This
was heard by people
on that ship. That's interesting. It's an interesting group to send out. I didn't think they were super.
And you don't know if they're
Nostalgic,
Aslan or not because you cannot get a read on their life
Yeah,
form.
but that was
lives.
very convincing. The whole shtick, the
Mhm.
spiel that they just did.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anyone in the cockpit with me? I guess that's a question I should have asked from the very get-go.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's cool. That's fine. I just needed to know
You
for
have
RP reasons.
you have a gunner, shall we say?
Wonderful.
A good
Wonderful.
leader. Who, by the way,
yes, I will look in. I'll look over to my gunner and say, if you want to chime in on comms, you feel free. I get this point. I think we're already kind of just fucked here. So, and I'm gonna like swoop over. I want to look at the ship that's going away.
That ship is fleeing. It's trying to escape.
It is. It is.
It is.
Question about ship combat. With them having a big gaping hole where their cargo bay used to be, which is pretty big on a ship. Does that mean they still have all of their armor, or is do they have less armor now?
They still have their armor, but it's not good on the inside. Are you wanting shooting to happen? This is what I'm asking.
I might. I think I'm gonna ask my gunner to shoot the scout ship that's fleeing, because how many other ships are in the area? Not a ton, I don't think. I think it's mostly I don't want that ship to get away.
This is a planet that
you've got some long range weapons too.
Yeah, you're gonna need to
or I can have them take over pilot and I could gun, because I'm decent. I'm actually a pretty decent gunner.
If you're a pretty decent gunner, and you have more than one command station there, like control station, that is doable. I will have them roll. Well, well, actually, they can't do anything else. They can just take their minor action to control the vehicle. You will have to roll your gunnery.
I would love to run you my gunnery.
You will get a +2 because you've got pulse lasers.
Cool. Gunnery. Fingers crossed.
This is going to be exciting for them.
So,
I mean,
what's is it? It's gunnery. Gunnery is a dexterity, right?
Dexterity.
Yes, good thing I checked that. Okay, gunner. Turret.
I don't feel bad at all for what is about to happen. Or, I mean, maybe I do.
8.
That's an 8. Did you add your +2?
Let's see if it went through. It did go through, yes. It didn't add my dex though, so it should be a 9 actually.
And as you are lining up, your turret spinning around, the person who's next to you lets out a bit of a roar and a cough, and goes, "There," and sort of points using one of his leadership points to give you an extra roll, an extra 1 on that roll.
Okay, he has leadership. Rub it in.
He does have leadership. That makes that a 10. That makes that a 10. They have evasion of 2, which they use, which makes it an 8, which is still a hit.
Yes.
I need you to roll. However, there's something else that you have. This is not. You don't have just one turret. You have two twinned turrets that are dual all together.
That's great.
Yes, for you. Maybe not so much
for them.
For them. Yes. Please, if you... Oh, I'm sorry. One more thing.
Yes.
You get one more +1 because this is short range.
Oh, beautiful. That's an 11.
Yeah. So...
11 versus 8, so that's a difference of 3.
Yeah. It's so sad for them. I'm not... Maybe I'm only a little sad. Am I sad? Nah, I'm not so sad.
That's what sad feels like?
No, I don't think it does. Also, please, roll your damage.
Okay, so I just click the pulse laser thing here.
Don't click that one. Just roll 2d6.
Just roll 2d6.
That I've not linked yet. Yeah, that I've not linked yet.
Gotcha. So, do I roll it once or twice? Because I have linked turrets, 2 of them.
Just once.
Okay. 8.
So let's talk about that. 8.
Okay. Yeah.
plus 1, right? Because you beat them by 1, right? So that's 9. Plus it's double damage, right? So that's
because I got an
that's
11
plus,
to hit. So
yeah. So that's
yeah.
plus 1 per damage dice. So that's another
You shooting the fleeing guy?
yes. So that's another 2, right? So that's 11 points of damage.
Yes, I believe so.
It's 11 armor.
11, yeah.
He's got 10 armor.
10 armor. Okay.
So that's only 1 point of damage that gets through.
That's still a roll.
However, it is still, that's only 1 point of damage, but it is, however, another critical threshold. Could you please roll 2d6?
I hope it's an 8.
Yeah.
I jinxed it. It's a 5.
No, it's a 5. Okay, hold on.
What's a 5?
See.
all good.
Let's see what a
Landing
see what a
gear will
5
never
is.
be able to
And
land.
can I use comms as a free action? Or like that's my minor
Bracken.
action?
Absolutely. Are
I
you
want to
kidding?
message the really daring ship with nobody on it. Yeah. As I'm shooting them, and you probably hear the pulse rifle in the power, the turrets in the background. Hello, here's a scout ship here. Nice moves, by the way. Just got a hit on the ship that was retreating off of you. If I don't finish him off, I'd really appreciate you just doing a little stick background, you know.
I would like to note what happened
Please do.
as you fired at it.
And I'm like,
It's.
pew, pew.
I think that pilot's like, you know what? I can multitask. I have to take penalties to multitask, but I can fire.
He has to. He's the only one left in the entire ship, right?
I can have my computer fire automatically, right? So the computer of that ship, that you can see the turret, because if you have the fire control program, you can just have the computer do it for you. It's not as good as you, right? But
No,
you can see
better
that
than nothing.
turret, right? That you can see. Well, they don't have a turret. You can see them beginning to like move to maybe try to maneuver to maybe shoot somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you hit a number 5.
I did. Is that their turret or their computer?
It's their weapons.
Hey.
So-
Weapons.
yeah. And you just
Oh,
like
I think I
straight.
disabled the weapons. Nice. That's also on comms, just to you guys.
Yeah.
I think
That was that.
Terica like responds back. Who is this?
Name's Quint. Quint Vespertine. Hi, nice to meet you all. Lovely, indeterminate amount of people on your ship. That's definitely, hopefully, not Imperial.
Erica, who the hell is this?
Someone that's on our side.
I've got some wounded Aslan on board. Again, really hoping you're not Imperial right now, as to say that.
Oh, do you have patateas?
You want to say hello? He's busy, probably.
Terica's gonna look over at Val.
I've also got like a wounded Imperial noble. Not looking great, that guy. So if you have like a doctor on board, that would be like super ideal.
Oh, blood.
Also, yeah, they're not dead yet, but their weapons are gone. So you seem real maneuverable. Very fancy flying. I just don't want to be witnesses to this, really, you know, because I'm kind of in an Imperial scout vessel. They're kind of Imperials. So yeah, you can understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yes, I imagine as this is happening, Terica's still like trying to navigate the streets, and so when they look at Val, it's like a quick glance of like, you've got to take over talking. So that they like go back down into their like, I'm gonna be here.
So when given the look to take over talking, I would like to establish a telepathic link with Quint, please.
Oh, okay.
Do you first roll for it?
Sure. He says,
and then I will ask, yes, and then I will ask if you accept that link.
Yeah, because you're gonna have to be. I imagine if I don't have telepathy, you just get right through. But if you do, it's more like knock knock, and I have to answer.
Yep.
Oh God. Okay. So yeah,
you're getting a knock.
There's a moment, and I'm like, oh, good, not AI.
That is so embarrassing if you said that to an AI. That entire conversation and just spilled the beans about. I just want to keep this under wraps. Ha ha ha. And the AI is like, what?
Well, also, if the AI was piloting like that, I'm just very concerned about my well-being. With their AI. And there's a moment.
I would also be with us too. But.
Almost like someone
says all that, and Sue says, "You tell me more, and I will better understand the situation."
Yeah, no, I don't. That doesn't go through. That doesn't go through the link. That's Tourist like muttered under her breath. And there's like a moment like where like the telepathic link connects, but it's not fast. It's not like someone who's had a lot of practice doing it.
Dial up.
But there's a connection.
Spin a side point.
Oh, yeah, I did, I think.
That's fair.
Do I have to as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay. I'll be like, oh, hello. No, sorry, not used to doing this. Oh, psychic. I have a question for Trooper. Trooper, do accents come through with psychicness? Or is it your real voice, or is it you know, like if you were like, hi, I'm a person, you're talking like this, would your psionic voice sound like that, or would it sound like your actual voice?
You would have to practice disguising your actual voice.
I'm not practiced then, so you would hear a different voice.
So if you would like, you could make a deception check, but you'd have to base it off your psionic score.
That's not good. That's I don't think Quint would know that, so I don't think.
Okay. Yes.
That he'd roll deception. So you just hear yes, hello. Sorry, I'm not very practiced at this. Psionic thing. Nice to meet you.
Likewise.
Pause. This is one of the moments, I'm afraid, I have to interrupt.
Yes.
So there's a thing in character creation in Traveler. When you make character creation, right, life path, you can have these connection moments in your life path, and that will allow you to get a free skill. You, however, did not get to do character creation with the rest of them, but I noted all of the things. All of them. We are now at a moment where you may now take a connection.
Oh.
If you allow me to tell Val something, you can get a free skill point. Sure.
Let's do it. That sounds great.
Take a skill at level.
Like I'm gonna get fucked on this, but that's okay.
Oh yes, you will, my friend.
Here's the jab, everybody.
Here it is. A little bit of Here's the thing. As that accent comes through, it is stronger than you've heard. But your dad has mostly lost his accent, for the most part. I mean,
he lost the cigarette and everything.
But he had some music. You know what I mean? Some Solomani music. This person is
best
Solomani.
Music.
It is the best music. It is. And he also was like, you know, blah, 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 accent, whatever, whatever. But this person is Solomani like your dad, but that accent says they're not like 70, 80 years away from the Solomani space. And it's weird that there would be a Solomani person who clearly does not sound like they are, have been here a long time in an Imperial scout ship.
Surprise.
You recognize that accent.
Solomani?
The moment we're just in the ship, the gun like, shit. What gave it away?
It wasn't any one thing.
I mean, lots of people signed up for the Imperial service to do survey work. But yes, I am Soleimani. That's a very, very good guess. Shit, is there a psychic accent? I think now it clicks in. Is that how this thing works? Just like a trail off thought.
There sure is.
Well, shit. I hope this isn't a problem.
We need to get as many of these people free or away from these attackers as possible. Do you agree?
Yes, I was thinking about, I saw the nice plaza over there. I was thinking about parking the scout vessel. It can hold many people if they come aboard. But if you could just take care of that ship that's retreating, that would be ideal. The longer people don't know I have betrayed the Imperials, the better. And good for you.
We will take care of it, child of the Soleimani.
All right, this sounds. I'll meet you at the plaza or somewhere after this. Sure, that sounds good. All right. How does this end? Is this like you would hang up, or do you just?
he would put that on pause. He would put Quint on hold and then turn to Terica. Get us up behind our friend up there.
Yep.
He tries to calm his shit down. He realized he broke shit. He had his shit and then he lost it for a few seconds. He's found it. Okay. He picks it back up. He has
You're not the only one. I'm like, fuck.
As soon as he says we've got to get behind them again, I think Terica does like the like flip, like they're in their zone, like they're doing crazy stuff. Like, yep.
Yep, there's Severance in the back freaking out.
Severance is currently on the ceiling.
Yes.
I know. I was thinking, woe to those in the cargo hold right now.
Yeah, I know. Because Severance doesn't believe in wearing seatbelts. We learned this from season 1. So Severance is like...
Where's that blood vial? It's like out and about somewhere. Hold.
I like to think that every time Terica has done something, as soon as they bank or something like that, they bank, and then like a half second later, we hear a thud. And then we hear a thud. You know?
Severance, would you like to do anything in the hold before I like give it to Terica? Yeah, I'm just asking. No,
I mean, is there a can I roll to take less damage?
You're just being knocked about. You are just like give me an athletics if you can, Dex.
Okay. If I can, great. Athletics, which
Dex.
Okay, yeah, Dex. That's an 11.
Oh, so it's not really a problem. Like, okay, it's bad back there, right? Like,
but I'm not being thrashed about. Yeah, okay.
Now, you could just strap yourself into the acceleration benches, right? Now, these are just benches, not nice seats, so they're not really comfortable.
You know I am. Peasants sit in seats.
I know. You know those people, I don't know if you know them, but I know them. Those people who have grown up taking the bus a lot, and you know when the bus is very, very full, and you can't necessarily hold on to anything, and you just have to sort of like get a little bit low and get your center of gravity. You got to surf that thing as everybody's... Yeah, that is...
I've been there.
That is our...
Kindle. No, there's no hoops to grab, and it's a hot day, and everyone's sweaty. Trying to not run into anyone.
I'm going to assume that Val will pause for Terica. Let Terica go first.
Absolutely, yes.
I need a piloting roll from you if you want to get into that dogfight space.
I do want to flip around and get them.
Now, because you beat them by 1 last time, you get a +1 on this roll.
Nice.
It's once you get somebody in your sights, it's harder for them to get away.
Well, fingers crossed this works, because I don't have that much more luck.
Woo!
Oh, I rolled with a boon. Whoops.
It would be a 6, 7, 8. It would be an 8 +1 is a 9.
Sweet.
well, let me roll my my really badass roll, which is an 8. So you still beat them by 1. That gives our doctor, the Angel of Mercy, a shot.
Angel of Mercy. That is not the term I would use, but
That is the T-shirt that I'm getting, Ari. So,
please roll your gunner.
Johnny Cash holding your halo.
Right. No, Johnny Cash on one shoulder and
Oh, yeah.
Jericho on the other.
Yep.
That's really
Yep.
good.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll the 2d6 again because I forget all
Yes,
the
please.
modifiers and stuff we have.
An 8.
8.
So
Which seems to be the.
let's remember you're at a -3 because you are not trained in being a gunner. You really need a good gunner. So that's only a 5. However, you get a +2 because you're dogfighting them, and you beat them in the dogfight, and they can't hit you, and you can hit them. So that takes you from a 5 to a 7. A pulse laser is a +2. That puts you up to a 9. This one is a really well-made pulse laser, which is accurate, which puts that up to a 10. And
Storm
you-
said in chat range.
yes, that is short range, so that's an 11. And you hear a few not in Galangic, but in the Asan language. You hear Fatateus say, left, and he will give you one of his leadership +1s as he pushes to direct you to a better position to hit that
ship
one.
fucked too. Yeah.
Yes, he does, which is a 12. Please roll your damage.
Can I add my last luck for a 13? Does that do anything?
Yes, you can. Yes.
I'm going to do
Yes.
that then.
Yeah, okay.
It's 1 more damage. Yeah. So now you beat them by 5.
So you don't
if
like
you
to roll
could
5?
just roll 2d6, but you get to add 5. If you
okay.
had one more, it would be a critical hit.
Shit.
I wish I could give you my luck.
10.
15. So I would like to have a sort of a conversation with you about what happens. Yeah. So first, I just feel like we should roll our sustained damage. I just feel like we should do that. 3 more rolls.
Trooper, I want to put this out into the universe before we
Please.
roll the damage and everything, because this is the calling your shot. Before 15 damage is probably going to take this thing out. So I just want to say that I'm going to establish a telepathic link with the pilot of the other shuttle. Okay.
Yes, please. Please.
This is for nobody.
Yep.
But Val.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I feel the call end. I'm like, oh, that's over. All right.
He is simply going
Hung
to
up
say,
on me.
whenever he links up, he's just going to say, "This is Badger 3. Get fucked."
I want to know, for my edification, can I get 3 2d6 rolls? I just want to know.
That's amazing.
I want to know. Please.
The episode title, this is Badger 3.
Get fucked.
A 6. That's their armor. Nice. I need 2 more.
So good.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
But I
right.
just need to write this down because you all might be trying to salvage that ship. I don't know.
Oh, I was already thinking
Yeah,
it.
we're going to stop in the middle of this.
Oh,
Massacre.
that's the cargo
That's
hold.
a massacre, obviously.
I win.
Cargo hold again.
I'll just note that that cargo hold
It's gone.
has been so thoroughly destroyed that it now hits their hull as
Right.
well.
Ooh.
So now their hull also gets hit. We're gonna. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to do this all official style. This is actually going to be important. We have one more to do. Yes, please. Let me have one more.
9.
I believe
personnel damage.
Personnel again.
So I need
Fuck.
from I need 2d6, please.
Andy?
Sure, I'll roll 2d6.
This is going to hit the pilot. So that's 60 points of damage to the pilot.
He's gone. He is so dead.
He has no idea he died.
No, he doesn't. That's the last thing he heard was "get fucked." I also need 1d6 damage. One more 1d6 hull damage.
So you want to do something?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Trooper, I'm linked up when he dies.
Yes, you are.
I want to follow him until the brink. I want to relish this. Thou is going to drink in the oblivion.
Yes.
So you got your whole damage.
Thank you.
There you go. Before oblivion.
One more 2d6.
One more 2d6.
Yes, please.
Apparently, I love 8s.
Oh, well.
Nuking the shit out of that cargo bay.
Oh, no. This is no longer the cargo bay at this point because you've passed the 4. It's hitting the hull, the structural integrity of the ship itself. Can I get 2d6? We're going to talk about how cascading this is going right now.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Oh, this it's
get it.
A chain reaction.
Got it? Oh, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, okay. So here's what
chain
happens.
Reaction, well, it's another person.
No, I mean, here's the thing. That's just... So the pilot is trying very hard to sort of like bank out of the way because Terrica is like maneuvering their Viper, right? Their Camlin Viper up in front. And they're trying, but there is a big hole in this thing. And you make contact with them.
Whistling like a vortex.
And as you make this contact, you press the button. It's a fixed turret, but Terrica maneuvers just right, and you fire at just the right moment. And you can see this laser pulse leave your ship, and then you can see it hit your own ship as if you are in the moment of this pilot. And I want you to imagine that one comic book panel in The Watchmen when Dr. Manhattan just starts demolecularizing, like before he becomes Dr. Manhattan. It is this moment as the entire ship, it's just one hit that then hits one more piece of the ship, one more piece, and it just all of a sudden, the ship starts to burn and disintegrate, and there's this cascade of molecules melting away and flesh melting away, and the ship becomes a fireball as it explodes. It just... And you can smell it. But from the inside of the cockpit, as you can feel all the parts of your body melt away.
With the last link that he would have with the pilot, as I'm sure the pilot is in...
Screaming?
God only knows what type of mental state you are when you blow up in such a horrific fashion. Val would be thinking... communicating, the link still active, the words still flowing to this consciousness that's probably disintegrating the same way that the body is, but he's picking the different points of consciousness just so he can grab it until the last end. And the entire time he is saying, "You're nothing. This is oblivion, the end." Then when he comes back to himself, he just lights a cigarette.
I think like as they like punch through this like fireball out onto the other side, and Terrica sees the cigarette get lighted up, and they look over, and
You open the window for a second and light it off with a fireball.
It's the most baller, Fast and the Furious fucking move ever.
But I do think Terica looks over at like the light up of the cigarette, and like there's a split second where their fingers like start to go out to snatch it away, and then they like put their hands back on the joystick, and they're like, "You said you were gonna slow down with those."
I got very scared. The trying was fantastic, but my nerves are shot. You will give me this. Well done. Not to sound condescending. I'm glad to be alive. But well done.
The comms crackle. Oh, I'm sorry. I should just tell you. You were like trying to pull those little bits and pieces. You know? You just got a couple of memories.
Oh my
of this
Fun.
Of this pilot. Little memories, you know, like him in a flight, like a flight simulator in training. And it was good, right? And then smiling and looking over at another pilot, and they are sitting sort of in another flight simulator. It was just like a very brief flash, a flash of this woman, tall, thin, white hair, sort of speaking like, dressed in like fine noble's clothing, speaking to the pilot and some others, and then like in a briefing room, and then you see the woman talking to Severance.
And then you see he's throwing a ball, and it lands around a couple of jars, and then finally lands into one. And then a guy who's also smoking a cigarette is handing him a giant stuffed animal, and then he's giving it to what seemingly his daughter. So, anyway,
So nice. Yes.
Then what he would do with these memories, I mean, putting them together, obviously recognizing Severance in the middle of all of this, he puts all of that away. He puts all of that, stores it, files it, categorizes it for future bits of fun. But he relishes the last thoughts, these memories that are untangled because of death. And he just follows those threads until they sever. And I mean, that first cigarette is gone in seconds, and he is happy.
I love to see my players happy and their characters happy.
Oh my God.
I know that you all are going to sort of be able to, I mean, some medical care. I imagine you will land, and I would like to end us on this moment.
This is the battle music moment.
I wouldn't call it battle music.
Pretty tense.
Oh, my friend. So, you said in the courtyard, the plaza, the main plaza.
Yeah, imagine there's like a good sized plaza. Yeah. With which people are like probably like like flocking and running around. Like nice place to land a ship, because my ship's not small, so I can't just pick an alley.
Yes.
I have to land in a bigger space. So yeah.
Land on a building.
I don't want to scratch the paint. So
now, I assume at this point, you disembark, so you can see each other, and also maybe get Fatah Teas some medical care, and also that noble.
He needs it. They both like, look, everyone that's a passenger on my ship needs medical care. Basically, is the
yes, they do.
Got like
because I
7
played out that battle
and an unconscious noble. So yeah.
Funny that.
You may have your second bonus skill because you did roll something way back when. When you see them, yes, it is a connection.
Cool.
When you see them, these people, in this very exciting stealth ship. Could you, each of you three, describe what you look like, and vice versa?
Yes, very well. I come out.
No,
of the
you get to go
hold.
last. No, you have to go last.
I tried.
Yeah, no, you go last. Please, everybody else, though.
Oh my. Well, Terrica is, they're like small, thin, not tiny, but small and thin. They have short red hair that looks like at one point it was like nicely put together, and now it looks like they probably run a hand through it and call it good.
Yeah.
And they're wearing like an old jumpsuit that it's clear that they've worn for ages and ages and ages, but that was obviously a very nice jumpsuit when it was originally bought. They have bright green eyes and very pale skin.
Next out of the cab, but not the box van, would be a formally put together doctor from a bit of civilization, longish brown hair, blue eyes, a bit of a scruff around him, attempting to look tougher with flair and stuff that maybe would be more indicative of nefarious people as opposed to a physician. And definitely a odd mixture of fear and ecstasy on the face. A Saturday night.
Yeah,
that's a good point. Terrica looks very like relaxed, like when you've just done this, like you've just climbed to the top of a mountain and you're feeling good about, you're on the top of the mountain, you're like, yeah, that's the look on Terrica's face.
Full of serotonin.
Severance, you go last.
Okay.
What does Quint look like?
So Quint walks off. Quint, their build is very much that of like a dancer or an acrobat. Very, very lithe, very lean, but on the smaller in stature, maybe like 5'3" at most. They at the moment they have a very freckled face, looks like grayish eyes, kind of just regular brownish reddish hair, straight, pretty plain, wearing an Imperial surveyor uniform. So I've got the surveyor flak vest and just cloth for the rest of it. It's probably basically like a flight suit almost type dealio. Lots of pockets, you probably see like some cartography supplies stuffed in one of them. Blue bandana just to keep the hair tied back and out of her face a bit, and has on her right arm, it's a big old, not a huge, it's a little bigger than an average arm, but it's a robot. It's a robotic arm.
Robot arm.
They have an implant.
Cybernetic,
It's a
nice.
robotic arm implant, replacing whatever was there or wasn't there, who knows. And they have a look on their face of like someone who's just like bouncing on the diving board for like the high jump, like just like, okay, we are doing a thing. We are definitely doing a thing. That kind of
anticipation.
But otherwise walks very like that. The facial expression doesn't carry over to the rest of the body language. The rest of the body language is very calm and collected.
What does Severance look like?
I feel like I'm going to be in the middle of this. I'm going to be interrupted and tell me something that I'm someone else or something. All right, so the Baron Severance sort of stumbles out of the back of this the cargo hold. Probably looks nauseous. Probably grabbing a couple of like maybe the hydraulic lift arm, and it's like sort of using that like a banister to try to find like if you were spinning around a bunch, that like finding, like waiting for the ground to come back, and that nauseous feeling. But other than that, he has a rat's nest of a updo, probably a ponytail or sometimes a bun, but it's usually always up and wrapped. He has on his forehead a thin pair of emerald lensed glasses. He also has a gold chain around his neck that has some sort of old currency of Drinax on it, and has a gold chain bandolier that has a satchel of what looks to be medicinal drugs like syringes and vials and things. He also has on his hip a noble rapier, a fur pauldron, which is also a part of his post-apocalyptic type armor. But underneath the armor, he has like noble attire, that very vibrant reds, golds, and a purple scarf as well. His eyebrows are missing, and he has gray eyes, and he has a wispy handlebar mustache and a prominent soul patch goatee kind of thing. And he's sort of making his way out, and I think I'm trying to think of anything else. Trooper, anything else?
I'm just gonna tell her something once you're done.
Right. No, I think no.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember if there was anything else, but no, that's what it looks like right now.
Cool. Do you remember Quint?
Yes. Thinking back, yes.
When you met, you were out exploring in the middle of nowhere, right? You were doing some survey work.
That's what I've been doing for the past 4 years. Yeah. Well,
and
2 years.
You had a very weird encounter.
Yeah. I've had a couple of those.
Not the one that involved a lot of the contortionism.
No. Okay, not that one.
No,
okay.
not that one.
Oh, with the alien.
Yeah, that one. That's the
okay.
one.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that one.
You met an ancient droid. And the droid are a very mysterious sort of alien race. Very, very old. Maybe as old as humanity itself, maybe older. And the droid are strange looking. They have wings. They look a little Cthulhuid, to be honest. You know what I mean? They are. People almost never see them, and nobody knows where their homeworld is. People have been looking for it. The Imperium have been trying to find their homeworld for centuries, but no one's found out where their homeworld is. But they have old secrets. They have a long memory. And you came a little bit too close to where you probably shouldn't have been, according to them. So they escorted you back out of those.
Very nice of them.
It's very nice of them. They did, however, notice your psionic potential, and they noticed something else about you a little bit. Who knows what?
Oh.
But they told you through their mind to watch out for a very, very dangerous ancient war criminal. And they sent you, in your mind, an image of this war criminal who is, they said, thousands of years old. And it looks just like that guy that just came out of the cargo hold.
Okay.
I
think you'd see. I think that would be a shift that the other two might notice, having seen her.
Thousands of years old.
Yeah, it's a little freaky to actually have that happen in front of.
And perhaps maneuvering to do something terrible. there was like a stone tablet. Do you know what I mean? Like you didn't actually see it, but like there was like you could see a stone tablet with
it was shown a stone tablet.
Yeah,
yes.
in your mind, right? And it was like you know, like cave paintings. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Right, of this person, a figure of death, commanding an army of thousands. Like it's like this sort of very dramatic sort of like mural, right? That you got to see imagined. It beamed into your mind of this person commanding like an army of thousands and like pointing at people and killing them. It was like a mural that also sort of moved, right? And that they said that he's not dead and that he is awoken and that he's moving.
Charming.
That looks like that one there. That one is not as regal, but you know.
And I don't have my eyebrows.
Yes.
You know, they say eyebrows make a face, but you know, yeah. So I think you see like the nonchalantness, like just tends just a liver so slightly upon the Baron coming out of the cargo hold. Like, oh, hold up.
As far as you know, this is like a person who can just kill scores of people like that.
Yeah.
And has done.
Yeah, and it's hanging out with these chuckle fucks. That stolen aircraft. Yeah. It's
chuckle fucks.
So I'm not.
That's who we are. That's who we are.
I saw how you guys flew.
Yeah, chuckle fucks. Hey. Well, I rattled around in the back of the thing the entire episode. Chuckle fucks.
The words of chord, chuckle fucks. I'll allow it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I'm not gonna overreact or hyperventilate and panic and jump to any conclusions. So we're just gonna play it cool. I'm good at playing it cool. It's my job to play it cool.
But that's where we're gonna end it for tonight. As you see a millennial-old,
accurate,
dangerous person.
We are
an alien.
Are dangerous.
It's true. That's what they say about millennials. An alien of untold power. An alien of untold power. And
it's so cool.
That's where we're going to end it for tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to note that we do have, we are in luck. We will be able to have Lindy back next week to finish up this situation.
Yeah.
Because you're on the ground and there is aftermath to deal with.
There's a massacre happening still.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really hoping that message got through up to the Imperial. Because.
Yeah. I mean,
also,
these shuttles, you know, if these are small ships that are carried in other big ships, so there are big ships around.
Big ships somewhere. Mama fish is probably looking for where the little fish.
Challenge though, because now Patateas knows that we were there shooting down Imperials.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
who, by the way,
is
not doing well. Yeah,
he's not doing well.
That's okay, right?
I mean, Ari is okay with that, but Tarek is
next week. It'll be fine.
Next week.
Next week.
It'll be fine next week. I'm going to just point out some things that you do not have a med bay, but there is a hospital in this town, this capital city, that is currently under attack. So,
right. You guys don't mind if we use your med bay, right? Oh, keep fighting. We're just going to use the stretchers.
We're
just going to use these.
Although, to be fair, the special forces are probably going to split once they saw all of that. That is like not a, you know what I mean? Don't want to. You know what I mean?
I mean, fair. I did play Pac-Man with the chips, so.
Let's do our outros. I feel like we should start with Lindy. Lindy, dearest of all the Lindys, the one who laughs the most, who loves the most, and who also Lindy's the most.
You know her for her Lindy.
Could you say who you are, where we can find you, and then give some love to our group and then answer the question, what are you going to do about the Theban massacre? That's the question.
Oh, yes. So hi, I'm Lindy, LaughLoveLindy. What am I gonna? I'm gonna answer in the opposite order because I found that's just easier for my brain. So, this massacre. Well, I myself cannot single-handedly stop a massacre. I just don't think it'd go well. And they have like how many ground troops? I imagine it's a fair number. No, they're just the civilians are just that bad.
These are highly trained. Yeah,
okay.
These are highly trained special forces going up against unarmed civilians. You know what I mean?
That's
and
fair.
they have
yeah, that's true.
Like,
that's fair. So we're saying like the two stealth ships worth, so like a good like 20 of them. Well, maybe a couple less. Some of them got splattered, and other things happened to some of them. About 15 of them. Okay,
15.
well, I could maybe do something about some of those. I think the important thing here is to help the civilian populace so that they're not all wiped out, and to gather intel, to gather information on what exactly is happening here. Just make notes. Like Imperials were behind this, yeah, Zlin were not. Just anything really that sticks out. Just collect information and help out the poor unfortunate souls out of the goodness of my heart.
That seems fair.
Just such a nice person. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do about it. You can find me on my channel, LaughLoveLindy. I will be on my channel. I had a bit of a hiatus for a road trip to see my sister-in-law last month, but I'm back. So we will be back Monday night with our Mondays in Exandria game, the new batch. We speed ran a super evil temple, and by accident, we just took like the absolute most direct path, secret passages and all, and now we're in the desert place in Critical Role Land. The name is evading me right now. It's really cool.
Oh, yeah.
We're really excited about it. Don't inhale your spit, people. It's bad. And then on Tuesday night, my Stargate game picks back up. Stargate Flames of Hope. We were very excited to be back with its bi-weekly game. And then I have, at the end of the month, somewhere in the last week or two of June, we're still figuring out exact dates, I will be starting up a new Call of Cthulhu campaign on my channel. Wintercroft Investigations, a little series of one-on-one adventures with poor, unfortunate investigators who are new to Call of Cthulhu or have played extremely little Call of Cthulhu. So if you don't know a lot of the rules, this is a great time to watch because I will be explaining a lot of them as we go and helping people play and have fun and go insane. That's pretty much all you can find me right now because, yeah, a lot of games ended, so I'm here.
And who's your love? You've got to give love.
Oh, my love! How can I forget love? I loved the mental image of the Baron just bouncing around through all the turns, and that brought me so much joy. I also loved the cigarette just falling, the fake cig falling out of your mouth. And you're like Soleimani. It's just so good. It's so good. I've RP'd with Greg for a long time, and I always love being able to little surprises for him. So it's just brings me joy when I could bring Greg such a joy. And then my love is just finally getting to play with Ari for the first time. I've never been able to play with them, and so I'm looking very much forward to next week where we get to interact more than just a little bit on comms, as we're antagonists in the sky together. Yes, that's my love. Thank you very much. Oh, and of course, love for Trooper for just being awesome and inviting me here to guest tonight. Thank you.
Oh yay! Let's go next to, because I know we got to do Cord last. So we're gonna go to for more torture. That's just how it is. Greg, you are next.
Oh, fantastic. Greg Grimjack 21502. Loved everything about tonight. It was super fun to get some combat done and do all get to see Terrica do their thing, shine, take the duck and put it in water and go, wow, look at the swimming. It was awesome. It was amazing. I like little, technically the episode was combat. It was the whole combat, but it was so well done and narratively so we learned a lot, and we got to see a lot of cool shit. And obviously, having Lindy here is always awesome. I'm addicted to Lindy and RPing with her, and of course, Cord is absolutely fantastic. The gag I showed my son the gag on the comms that you always use. This one will be a particularly fun one to show, because whenever the screen's dark and you're not even visible and you're talking and screaming in the background, that shit cracks me up, man. Because it's you make sure you turn your volume down so you're not interrupting a scene, but you always add chord ambiance to everything. Like if you were like you go on YouTube and you're like, oh, I want to read this scary book, and you like type in scary ambiance, you know, I want to go and like type in chord ambiance, and it's just that shit. That playlist. It's just right. Fantastic, absolutely great. And then of course the world is brought to life only by the voice in which speaks it, and that is of course my great buddy Trooper, who has created a galaxy for us to play in. And what more could you ask of a friend than to give you the galaxy? So I appreciate it. And now I'm off to my Iron Man armor. I will see you all next week.
Hey, it was in there. Do you know what I mean? I didn't even cheat. It was all there. Ari.
Hello, I'm Ari_Ventures. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Twitter. You can find me online at mymindfuladventure.com. Or you can find me on stage in Seattle at Unexpected Productions, where I do improv on a regular basis. On that note, I just remembered I need to update my website to note that I'm doing a show tomorrow night there. Anywho.
Hey, doing a show tomorrow night there.
Yeah. Hey guys, I'll be on a show tomorrow night at 9:30 in the Pike Place Market. Let's see.
Near the gum wall.
Near the gum wall.
Oh, you're right. That exists over there.
Yeah, I was there like a couple weeks ago. It's gross.
It is real gross. Like every time I walk past it, people are always like, "Oh, look at this," and I'm like, "Don't
touch it.
Don't do it." It's my least favorite thing about Seattle. I've at this point not put any gum on that wall, and I will not physically put.
Yeah, well, you can't after 2019.
No. But anyway, it's a thing, and it's very easy to find. Just ask people where the gum wall is, and everybody knows. Wait, where was I?
Love.
Anywho, love. Here we go. Love. So there are a couple of different, holy cow, so many different moments. I really, really, really enjoyed the back and forth between Trooper and, I'm trying to call him Val right now, and I know that's not Greg's name. Trooper and Greg in that death scene, where like it was just so beautifully pulled together of like, I wanted to.
And he did. He meant it.
He's so good. He's got to get his vac suit skill up though, but you know.
He's really good.
That's so good.
Ready for next week.
But I did love that. That was just such a really beautiful moment between, and like just beautiful character arc and timing. It was gorgeous. And also, I really enjoyed like Cord when you were like figuring out how to put the blood on the biometric scanner to get everything out and
introduce it.
That, like, it was so very perfectly Severance. Like, this is how he would do this, and also it was just this like, man, I wanted to die laughing so many times through that. It was beautiful. And Lindy, like, holy cow, the way you're shifting between accents when you had like, you know, your normal character accent and then you pop into the like more Russian style accent. I was like, yeah. Anyway, it's a delight playing with you, and that's just one of many reasons. So I think that's it, right? That was all the things. Is love or my things? That was it?
What are you gonna do about the massacre?
All right.
Stop them.
Or encourage them. I don't know.
No, we already set up the thing where we sent a note out there, so now we can stop them. And we just need to make sure nobody catches us. And then we have
maybe
to
we did stop.
And then also meet Quint, because yeah, they complimented my flying. So
Hey,
that's
very nice flying, by the way.
I know.
Cord,
nice flying. It's me.
say nothing. I want to see if this works.
Okay, I'm saying nothing.
Yeah, good. Okay. Cord said that he wanted something for his outro. And I am going to give him that thing that he wants for his outro. And so, everyone, you are all now tasked to watch this. Wait, I want to make sure the video is good. Do I have audio?
Oh, no, I don't have
No.
Twitch on.
Wait, I don't have audio.
You can see it.
Oh, yeah, it's you gotta get it. I need start stream box. Okay, are you ready?
No.
Tell me when you're ready. Wait,
I'm also not ready.
I'll pop off. We're still here, but this is a Cord gave me this gift. Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
That's it. That's my outro. That's me, everyone. I decided that it would be, and I've got the audio still going. That's weird. I decided I was like, you know what, I'm just going to forego my outro and do that. So that's that. You don't ask any more questions. My love, though, goes to, and can I hear? Oh, everyone's muted. You're all muted. Okay. Sorry. I was talking and I had you muted, so I just kept talking and I thought I was the only one talking. But yeah, I love this was amazing. Thank you so much for this amazing episode. And I feel like Severance didn't do much, but it was really awesome being a part of it and watching and being here and listening and being that element in the truck, which was hilarious and fun and really cool. And I didn't really want to like I had that action that I could have used in the in when it was like in the beginning of the round, but it didn't make sense, and I felt like I needed a little bit more before I could start acting more drastic or heroic. So I was like, So I'm glad that I didn't, and that was very helpful to sort of let Terika just take over this flight scene, which was super awesome, and to see them weave in and out of everything was super fucking cool. So thank you so much, Ari, for bringing Terika and doing awesome shit with Terika as you always do. And I'm excited to recover next week as Severance from all of the from the mess in the back. Greg, your one-liner tonight. And by the way, this is Badger 3. Get fucked. Amazing. Once again, it's those one-liners that get me every time. And Lindy, it's been so long since we've played. It's been like 2 years, 3 years.
Yeah, it's way too long.
Too long. It shouldn't even be a year. Anyway, it was great playing with you again. It's always so wonderful with you in the room and playing with you and having when you bring your energy and your characters here as well. And you're a little ball of chaos in these games. And so am I. So it's always wonderful when we get to play together. So just thanks for coming in and saying hello and playing with us today. And I can't wait to play with Quint more next week. And Trooper, you're amazing. This was so good. The jabs that Greg kept calling them, these narrative jabs that come in are wonderfully described, because that is what they feel like when you give us these nuggets, like when we think we are trying to do something. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna ride this guy's consciousness until the brink, and then you're like, oh yeah, well here comes his memories. And you're like, oh, okay. It's just so good that it's you're always yes-anding, and it's not just like yes-anding to build the scene. You're yes-anding the world back to the plot. Like memories of this NPC are going to, of course, cycle back to, and a great reminder of what we're doing. So it's just really awesome to see that happen. And it's like it's a yes. It's like it's not much yes and as it is a one up. It's like it's a narrative one upping, and I love it. It's so good to see it happen. And to
you want memories? Okay, all right. Yeah.
Oh, you want to write this guy's consciousness? Well, guess what? Here comes his flashback. His life is going to flash before his eyes, and you're there too. Yeah. So it's just really, really, really cool to see that stuff and to pick up on those hints and those and pick up on those things, and then add that spice that you always do to our offers, which is always wonderful. So thank you. It's been great, and I hope you all enjoyed that trailer. It's a new show on Mondays on my channel. I'll see you there.
So amazing. What week does it start?
This Monday.
Oh,
and I have a lot of prep to do. So I'm very excited about it.
I understand.
I see you.
I'm very excited about it. I have probably about 80% of the overlay done, and that's it. So I've still got a lot of the episode to even prep. That's gonna be
I'm excited. We'll give time to find out, right? I've got some vampire, but I'll watch VODs.
Oh yeah, I'll be around. Don't worry.
And I'm troopersjp, but I don't get to talk about me yet because I've got donations and also things to read out first. I want to thank our sponsors, Will and TW, who's our note taker, without whom I think I would die. And you know, on the inside, and also Hawkeye is back, and I have a promo, a very important promo to read. This is important. Join us Sunday night at 7 p.m. Eastern to see your favorite RPG wrestlers in their final matches Final matches ever. Over on Grappler's Keep. The Dice Mania PLE will be the end of a great season and feature 14 matches. 14 matches. Including Grimjack in a triple threat elimination with role players Josh and Good Guy Pie. Also, the Game Changers, Pope, JF, and me against the Wandering Way, Hawkeye, and Wandering DM for the Men's Tag Team Championship. I'm going to be the manager, and I will not at all cheat by being involved in shenanigans at ringside. I mean, I might. That's all. You may not
believe him.
I know, I'm so excited. I just want to like hit somebody with like a chair from the sideline when the ref isn't looking. That's all I want. You know, or you just kind of like strangle him a little bit, you know, and then you're like, wow. Full wrestling joy.
I believe you. I'm just a ref.
You may not have been able to see Rocket Fox today, but you will see her on Sunday as she defends the Mistress of Mayhem Championship versus Just a Summer Job. Also, Susanna Grace and Charlie, the Child of Cthulhu versus Fire Rose, Prax, and Lindy for the Women's Tag Team Championship. Oh, this is gonna be such a good night. I'm so excited for Sunday. Our main event. Our most main event. The mainest of all the Maine, perhaps even in the state of Maine. The wrestler formerly known as Mythomatic, as we know Cord, will defend the Master of Melee Championship versus Tall Squall in a 2 out of 3 falls submission-only match.
Wait a minute, I might go Squall. Oh,
yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Have fun with that.
Oh, God.
Yeah, good luck, Betty.
Will Cord succeed
Play
with
dirty.
his conquering of the keep, or will Tall Squall finally win the one belt that has eluded him? Join us all Sunday night as we say goodbye to this great cast that we have battled inside the dice tray for the last 4 years. And I will say, that Hawkeye has done amazingly cool things for the last 4 years.
Yeah,
building
cool.
all of us as wrestlers, and then doing amazing color commentary. You know, it's like it's Hawkeye and like Rowdy Roddy Piper just hanging out together. Maybe you know, I'm just gonna tell you, brother, the Macho Man, and it's some great wrestling on Sunday to end this this phase of. I mean, Hawkeye will be back with more wrestling, but with a new cast, and so come and watch it on Sunday. I'm very excited for that.
So cool.
So cool, right? Yeah, I'm so excited.
On Sunday?
That 7 p.m. Eastern over at KY. Over at KY Hawkeye. And I want to pull up one last thing because I want to thank those of you all who donated during our show today. I want to read out your messages because those messages mean something important. And I wouldn't even at all be worried about whatever shenanigans is happening with Severance and whatever weird, mysterious alien met Quint.
I'm worried, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
They were very nice alien. I don't know why you'd be worried.
Yeah. Also, all those things were rolls. I didn't do it. The dice told the story.
I did roll some things.
I'm just saying.
That is really cool, though. Did you roll that backstory? Like you went to survey? That's so cool.
Yeah, that's
really cool.
Yeah, my last occupation was surveyor.
Was that one of the events that you went and like dug too deep in an ancient alien
civilization? I was
one
of basically, yeah.
Love that. Yep. That is so cool. What a cool system.
Nice.
Wasn't that cool?
That's really cool.
So cool. And I was like, oh, an alien. Yes, thank you. That's perfect. And also, wait, what? Oh, I see.
Take a look at my wall of aliens.
Yes, that's
How did you?
My favorite.
I want to thank those who have donated today. I want to thank Volpez, who donated 4 bits, but didn't give us a message. But I imagine the message is, ooh, yeah, everybody's cool, don't die. And then...
Sounds like...
Right. Yeah, Bill the Forest, who I love, just said, I love and miss all of you, fantastic pieces. I love Billy. Billy's so wonderful. Stormbender, who's been such a great member of the community, donated 200 bits and said, this is great, with big cheers. Rissa, our mod, donated 500 bits and said, I really hope we can expect an opportunity for Quint to be around from time to time. I believe that is probably true, certainly next week, because there is a little bit of post-dogfighting follow-up that needs to happen, especially with the, you know.
And we're all psychic.
Exactly.
Millennial war criminal general, you know.
Yeah, and also Severance, not just me. He's also millennial war criminal.
So good. We also got 100 bits from Stormbender, says, ooh, hype train. Thank you. We got, and there was a hype train apparently, so we got 100 bits from Rissa, 500 from Rissa, 400 from Stormbender, who says, cheer for the cast. And then we got 400 from Rissa, who says, for the Aslan. And oh, yes.
Bits?
Oh, yes. 2,000 bits. Oh, my goodness. From RQ Stefan with, you've got this, Baron. Baron, I'm going to get you and your daughter in the most awkward, like, you think that I want you to talk to each other because I want heartwarmingness? No, I want awkwardness. It's going to happen. I'm going to have really the most awkwardness.
Tangible.
That's the goal.
Spongy. Awkwardness.
You think it's like, oh, I'm just here for, like, you know, wholesomeness. I was like, no, I'm here for awkwardness.
I just want you to look at each other and not know what to say.
Yes.
Are you talking about Terrica? Because, like, I don't think that, like, that father-child thing, like, awkward is, like, scraping the ice on what that is.
Right.
Yeah. I feel like they and he are going to just have the best awkward conversations and no conversations at all. I just think it's going to be like
Severance knows it all.
Oh, they told Severance, but nobody
Terrica...
believes it.
I think Terrica did.
Yeah, no, I saw that episode.
You
found out.
Yeah, there was a whole thing where.
Right.
Yeah, and Sue gave you advice, fatherly advice.
Right, and I was like, "Hey, thanks, Sue." Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a little creepy.
Happened when Terrica
right, because I had no idea why Sue would give me fatherly advice, and now I know why he would give me fatherly advice. So that's because
he's creepy.
Cool. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it's not because of anything else. Because he's creepy.
And that fatherly advice is totally legit. Yeah, definitely.
Right.
Your child.
Wow. What a cool little gifty thing that I realized now that you did. That was so cool.
I do try.
That's super dope.
Willem donated 100 bits and said, thanks all. Great to see you again, Lindy. Stormbender donated 500. Thank you. Says, another awesome episode. Welcome, Lindy. Can't wait for next week. Me either. Stormbender, by the way, I have something to say about that. Donated 100 bits and said, just to have one of the pieces of the destroyed shuttle to drop on one of the Aslan attackers. Mm-hmm.
Make it look like an accident.
I will say, I did a bonus episode where I actually just played out the combat to find out what happened. I was like, well, I feel like our snipers are probably going to kill these Aslan and they're just going to die. And we played it out, and that is not what happened, because the Aslan just got up. The combat
happening now, or the combat we did?
No.
That's how I was able to pick them up, is because they weren't all dead.
That combat.
When you left them in the forest, I was like, well, I suppose they're going to die. I was like, you know what? I'll just do a bonus episode, and I'll find out what happens. And the Aslan were like, we're going to get up close and personal, so you cannot shoot us, and then we're going to rip you to pieces with our claws, which is what happened. They did get shot a lot, though, so they're really in bad shape.
There's not a lot of them left, and they don't look great.
Yeah, they're really injured.
They also saved that Imperial noble.
Yes.
They're like, that was weird. Save that guy.
You can retrieve the Imperial noble?
Yep.
He's still alive. The guy who got headshotted?
Yeah.
Oh, you know.
Yeah.
Jaeger.
Jaeger is still alive. Yep.
That motherfucker has 9 lives.
What happened was that Fatateas was like, you have 1 minute to do first aid, right? And first aid takes more than 1 minute, and they only had one person alive who could do first aid. And Fatateas said, do it on him, because he knows something and I want to know what it is. If there's some Imperial that just got shot in the head, I need to know who that person is. And so Fatateas, who's not doing well, by the way. Yeah. So
holding his own wounds closed.
like the seatbelt of the pilot's seat was closed and some wounds shut.
Don't unclip me. Don't unclip me.
Yep. But they are alive, and our surveyor who was out surveying was like, I'm going to pick up these people. And did.
Because I'm super loyal to the Imperium.
Yes.
So loyal.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we established that I'm not, though.
I mean, what do they know? And I also want to say that I spent way too much time in the last week or so reprogramming this character sheet to have some of the combat stuff in here, and I was very excited that we got to do a dogfight, and I will let you know that dogfighting is not the same as space combat, though, because dogfighting is fast and murderous, and fast and murderous.
It's cool.
I do like it.
Yeah.
Weaving mechanic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to escape them, like, you had to escape them, but then you're like, no, we're going to come back, and we're going to get them. Being a good... So I just wanted to share with you, and it's a little unfair because that ship, both of the ships you have, the Serpent, has only 8 hull points, which means you cascade real fast if you get hit. But it has double the armor.
It's a good way to show us what can happen to it.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch it happen to somebody else.
Right, and then we're in it maybe sometimes.
Well,
they tried to get you, though. They really did.
They did.
But you're a better pilot.
Here, but then they didn't.
Start the initiative.
So.
Yeah.
I helped.
Yeah. No, you did. There was a lot of murder, so that was pretty awesome. And I just enjoyed watching the ship cascade into a fireball. I was like, yep, and nope, that's gonna roll into another. Oh, yep, nope, they're done. That's and just to remember, your ship, the Gambler, has 88 hull points, but you're only at 51 because your ship is super damaged still.
I know. You keep saying this. I know.
Just noting it. Oh, The Fast and the Murderous. That's a good title episode for today.
Ooh,
That's a really good one. And I was your GM, and it's been so lovely to be here with you all, and I'm so glad that we're back. We had a bit of a break, and next Monday I'll be playing Vampire over at Wandering DM's channel. This Sunday, of course, I'll be wrestling virtually in this big, huge card, and the Vampire's at 8:30 p.m. Eastern over at Wandering DM. Tuesday, I will be having a session 0 for the Vampire the Masquerade campaign. I'll be running for 8 sessions. But you won't see it. You'll see us the week after. And then I'll be back here next week with all of this crew for more of the Gamblers. When we see how our crew of people interact with each other in the context of a bunch of people having been shot and something really bad happening in the Theban massacre. I will say, however, shooting down that ship kind of you know, your Delta Force was like, ooh, probably shouldn't stick around. So, you know, you did help save some people's lives. The question is, what about the president? I suppose we'll have to find out next week. Yeah. Well, my friends, it has been a joy. It has been lovely. And I will see you all next week. Please take care of yourselves. And I want to thank our sponsors and everyone who's been a member of our Patreon. Thank you so much, because this summer is the summer of gaming, everybody. Take care of yourselves, and we will catch you all next time.